A local the Front Pancasila was also established, called the Front Pemuda Pembela Pancasila, the Pancasila Defense Front, established in Langsa in East Aceh. This group was also a coalition of members from the Pemuda Pancasila and also Islamist organizations. And there are also records that other local branches were established in West Aceh and South Aceh at this time. One of my interviewees in West Aceh has described these front organizations as the Gerakan Tangkap Bunuh, the arrest and kill movement. Another of my interviewees in East Aceh has described how these front organizations set up elaborate torture and death houses, such as are shown in the act of killing. So this is a map of Aceh. We have these front organizations in Banda Aceh, East Aceh, West Aceh, and South Aceh. And there's obviously some level of coordination behind these springing up at this time in this manner. This is, oh, okay. All right. All right. I guess these are just some documents that have been found that were produced by these death squad organizations. We have here the founding document of this organization, and also this is a document by the provincial government approving the formation of this group, and also pledging to give this group assistance to carry out the killings, and calls upon all layers of society to participate in the killings. But I haven't got time to talk about that. It's clear we need to rethink what we know about the relationship between the military and the death squads, and it's now possible to actually link them in with the military command structure. But I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
I'm sure we're going to have some chances to elaborate more on the topic during the Q&A session, which we're going to start now because there are some technical problems with Vancouver. So I would like to invite questions now for the three speakers that are with us here. Oh, Vancouver is just...
We can't hear you. John? I think your voice is mute.
Yeah, I just have to turn on my mic here.
Great.
Okay, well, in this case, we're going to listen to John Rusa's presentation first. John is an associate professor of history at the University of British Columbia in Vancouver. And as you probably all know, he's the author of The Pretext of Mass Murder. And he's also co-edited The Year That Never Ended, Understanding the Experience of the Victims of 1965. And, well, besides the work on 65, John has also written numerous articles on East Timor, especially the Truth Commission and the military occupation. 20 minutes for you, John, and then we're going to have a joint Q&A.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot to the organizers for inviting me here and for organizing this conference. If my PowerPoint slides are up, don't see it as a PowerPoint presentation. I mentioned that my identification, not just at the University of British Columbia, but the location of UBC is on unceded Coast Salish territory, and that's to indicate that I am speaking from sites of genocide, just as are in Australia. But there's one difference between the genocides, that the settler colonialism in Canada, the facts about it are pretty well documented. And there's a Truth and Reconciliation Commission that has been formed in Canada, whole session here in Vancouver in just a few weeks, about the residential schools former genocide. And the facts about these cases are fairly clear if one spends some time to look into it. In the case of 1965-66, even scholars of history who are investigating it are quite confused about what happened. So I think before we talk about reconciliation in Indonesia, before we go on talking about the killings on the basis of the existing information, I think we need to do a lot more research. I think we need to know a lot more about it. And I think we're at this midway point where we know enough to venture some theses, and that's what I'm going to do in this presentation. But I'm presenting these theses as tentatively. I'm not presenting them as absolute truth, and they may well be in need of modification. I'm not nailing these theses to the church as the truths of a new dogma, but I would like to spark off some debate and focus the discussion and perhaps guide further research. And indeed, just listening to Jess's talk just now, I'm thinking maybe they are in need of modification. So, but I'll come back to that later. I apologize, I'm going to be somewhat blunt. I'm just presenting these bullet points because I was wary about this communication across continents by the internet. And so I thought I would just go for bullet points, and what I sacrifice in elegance and subtlety, I hope to make up for in communicability. So if the PowerPoint slides are up, are they? I don't see them. Well, I'll just list them then. Well, the first thesis is the killings were meant to be mysterious. If you look at the film of about Anwar Congo,
John, at the top there is a computer which says you can share. If you click on that computer, you can share the document. At top, the third icon from the left.
the third.
Do you see? No, I don't know if I can share the whole.
On the video window.
First open the document. First open the document. And
Yes.
Okay, I do apologize for not knowing the protocols of video conferencing. And for
Try show it. Oh, can you make it larger? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, great.
So, yeah. So, but this is all I can see. Is this, I was hoping to be able to work from my notes on the computer too. So, what I'll try then is I'm just going to show it this way. Wait a sec. Sorry. Do you see my notes here on the left-hand side too?
Click on the next one down.
No, we just can see your PowerPoint. There is a.
Okay, great. All right.
You can share your display. I think there is something called display.
Oh no, I don't need to. I don't need to share the display.
Okay.
I'll just do it this way. Okay, so.
You can see your PowerPoint.
Okay. So. All right, so do it this way. So the first thesis is the killings were meant to be mysterious. If you watch the film Jagal, or Act of Killing, and you look at where Anwar Congo was executing people, it was on a rooftop terrace. It was in the back of a building. and it was hidden from public view. And he described how the bodies were put in bags to take out into the street, and then into a car, and they were dumped over a river. At least that's what seems to have been the pattern there. So the killings were, as Jess mentioned, an open secret. People knew that the killings were going on, that leftists were being executed. They saw some parts of that process, the arrests, or they saw bodies on the riverbank, or they heard a lot of rumors, but they didn't know the specifics, and they didn't really know who was being responsible, who was ultimately responsible. So there was a lot of confusion. And so even today, if we talk to people at the time, there's all sorts of different stories, and it's hard to know who to believe. And the rumor at the time was that the PKI were killing people. So maybe those corpses that you saw were actually victims of the PKI. How are you to know? All right? So I think what is important for us to think about is why there was that strategy of concealment. What was the logic of this open secret? And why there was this need for this confusion. And we also have to think about it in terms of our research strategies, that this is the kind of situation that we're facing, and that we can't just operate according to our usual protocols. So in a village in Bali, I spoke to a variety of witnesses to a massacre, including a farmer who helped to dig the mass graves. And this was a case where the army itself, where the RPKAD, mowed down victims with automatic weapon fire. And this, I mean, there are many other massacres in Bali that were done by the Tameng, the civilian militia, the PNI. But this is one where the army directly killed people, 35 according to this witness. And he said that after they got done putting the dirt back in the ditches, covering up the traces of the massacre, the RPKAD commanders said, if anyone comes around here asking about what happened, tell them you don't know anything. If they had had one of those memory erasure sticks in Men in Black, they would have done that. You know, the sort of magic one shot, erase the memory of what had happened. So, and this is a pattern that one finds throughout Indonesia. And I'd be interested to hear more from Jess about the public killings in Aceh. This does seem to be exceptional, but again, we don't really have a good grasp of the full pattern throughout the country to know exactly what is exceptional and what is the pattern. This seems to be the pattern so far that I can make out. I'd like to ask those listening and watching in Melbourne and in Jakarta to think for themselves about if they can think of any massacre that they know about that they could give a good solid account of, a single massacre that they know who the perpetrators were, who the victims were, where it was, when it was, how it occurred, and that sort of thing. There's not many cases that I know of, and but I think that's the kind of research we need to do now, is to understand, to be able to understand the overall pattern. We tend to speak about the massacres in such abstract terms without having the sort of solid, detailed information on specific massacres. And when we do research, we have to rely on oral interviews. And when interviewing people, you realize very quickly that there's all sorts of different stories, and it's hard to figure out whose story to go with and whose story is trustworthy. But my basic point here is that we can't just go on with citing the old literature. We do need some original research, and I think the work of Jess that was just presented is very important. So the pattern also seems to be that most of the killings were massacres of detainees, people already detained. And if you notice in the film, the act of killing, Anwar Congo, when he admits what he did was wrong, he then mentions that the victims were people that he had captured, he and his men had captured. or maybe they were given to him by the army. I'm not quite sure exactly how they obtained these bodies. And he is demonstrating how they were tied up. And he's absurdly trying to turn this kind of slaughterhouse execution into a heroic endeavor. And he ultimately realizes that he can't do it. And that moment when he comes at the end and he starts feeling sort of nauseous, and we feel nauseous as well. And it's because these were heinous killings. These were atrocious killings. This is what makes them atrocious. We are confronted all the time in Indonesia with excuses for them, for justifications for them. That's mainstream historiography in Indonesia. It was war. It was a time of kill or be killed. We had to do it. It wasn't wartime. In what kind of war are most of the casualties, nearly all of the casualties, captives? So I agree with what Imam Aziz said earlier, that kita harus tolak ide itu perang saudara. There wasn't a perang saudara. Okay, it was a one-sided assault on civilians, unarmed civilians, and I think that's what accounts for the horror of them. Why we have to keep revisiting them, because these were really horrible acts. And I don't think the literature has really brought out that yet, just to get people aware of the horror of it, that even many of the perpetrators themselves feel about it. And I think that's one reason why so many of the perpetrators haven't been all that outspoken about it. I mean, there's the sort of discourse of the perpetrators, and given that this was an open secret, how they are sort of open in some contexts and closed in other contexts, something for another discussion. But I think in The Act of Killing, it's a fantastic film because it does show this one civilian perpetrator who was really just as Ibrahim Sanik said, he was one of many executioners. And he was playing a bit part in a much larger drama that was set by other people. And he's trying to make it out like he was doing something courageous. But it was a fake war. You know, it wasn't a war. And he's trying to imagine that somehow it was some kind of war, that he could feel that he was a hero. So that's the second thesis. The third thesis is that Suharto's clique in the army was largely responsible for the massacres. And I keep coming back to this idea that I keep calling them massacres. I prefer to call them massacres rather than killings. There's a slight difference. So, and in presenting this thesis, the emphasis here is on how the research that we've done on the pre-1965 period, however important it is, it really doesn't say much about the killings. Contrary to some beliefs in some circles, I think the pre-1965 political conflicts explain the acquiescence of people, their compliance, their willingness to go along, to be silent, that there was quite a bit of antagonism toward the PKI in some quarters. Fine, that's wajar. But this killing is something that comes in, it doesn't organically arise from the local conditions. And every time people start studying the local conditions, they find the involvement of the army and how the army was playing such a key role. And if the army is playing such a key role, you have to start thinking about the national pattern and what the orders were. And this is a tentatively proposed thesis because we don't have the documents coming from Jakarta. This would be the holy grail of research, is to come across those documents. If they existed at the time, perhaps the orders were orally communicated, although still they would have appeared in documents somewhere, in some form. But it's clear that there was pressure on army personnel at all levels to achieve results, to kill people, and they were killing prisoners. So civilian militias, for a variety of reasons, were simply incapable of achieving that kind of death toll. When they raided villages, when militias, as in East Java, this drop on, where they would raid a village, well, the intended victims fled or they fought back. It was only once the army comes in, once it becomes official, that they have to, this is a sort of official government business, they're surrendering themselves and they expect that they're going to be protected. It's that produced the large death toll. So I think I'm coming to an end of my 20 minutes. So I'll just mention these last two theses very briefly. That the spatial and temporal variations in the massacres, I think we should look to internal army factors and not to local conflicts between civilian political forces. And that there's a story there that we haven't really put together yet about what the different pangdams were doing. Essentially, every pangdam was faced with two different orders. One was from Sukarno saying, kill, don't kill, and one from Suharto and his group saying, kill. And there were a lot of negotiations going on there at the time that we don't have any record of. And then the motivation, this will be my last point, I'll quickly wrap up here, that the article that Jess cited by Robert Cribb back in 2002, The Unresolved Problems, I think it's a telling title because, yes, there's still a lot of unresolved problems, but in my title on thesis, I'm trying to say we should go a little bit further than just pointing out unresolved problems. In that article, Robert Cribb mentioned that it didn't seem like the army was responsible for such large-scale killing because it didn't seem to have any motivation. He said the Indonesian army could have achieved its primary political goal of destroying the PKI as a political force with a much smaller death toll. And I think he's right. But I don't think that can be taken as an objection to army responsibility for the massacres, because the evidence indicates that the army, Suharto's clique at the top, was responsible. And so now we have to think about what their motivation was. Why did they want such a large death toll? And I think there's two issues at play, and I'm emphasizing this idea of not just following orders from the United States, but wanting to please the United States in order to get money, and that this is actually a story with a long history in Indonesia going back to Madiun and also to the Razzia Augustus of 1951. That logic was already there. It was understood that if you attack the PKI, you're going to get rewarded by the United States. So I think that was a key issue in motivation. But again, I'm presenting all these things as in hope that we can, not that these are settled and final conclusions, but these are sort of midway conclusions, provisional conclusions that I hope we can work from and modify. Okay, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, John, also for sticking to the strict time frame. I would like to invite questions from Melbourne at first. Maybe we have 3 brief questions. Please introduce yourself at the beginning. There's one question. Mark for the second question, and the third question. Okay. Thank you.
To think that one, I heard that the reason there was no coup in West Java was because President Sukarno told the commander of the West Javan military, General Ibrahim Aji, to not to kill, to protect the area. Now, how come only West Java had this privilege, or whatever you call it, but the command.
Okay.
Anyone explain it to me?
Okay, we take another question, Ms. Margaret.
This question to Jess. Apparently you've got those documents just by going into an archive, asking for them. How come that happened there? Can you just explain how that happened and what documents contain them? Why were they there after so many years?
Okay, thanks.
How that happened there and nowhere else?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you did explain it because of the explanation. Just surprising perhaps that they were in an archive like that. So we didn't get.
Okay, thank you. Third question, please.
Yes, Lee Han-kun, Senorita. Could someone perhaps explain to me who actually coined the term order now? In English it sounds okay, new order. But as you translate it in German, there's neue Ordnung. That's a different phrase. And it occurs to me that during the mid-60s, actually starting from the 63, 64 to about 68, Poop really sought after at the time by young, budding, aspiring politicians to be used as a political guide, theoretical political guide, was Hitler's Mein Kampf.
Okay.
So was the term Ordre Baru coincidental or was it deliberate?
Okay, thanks for this question. We'll see whether someone...
Two from Indonesia.
Okay. Shall we take them now or later? Okay.
Okay, let's do yours.
Okay, let's...
Before the speaker answers,
Okay. Okay, these speakers, who would like to start? Jess?
maybe John could answer this one.
Yeah, do you want me to answer the first question?
Okay, yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Why West Java was exceptional? Again, actually, we need more documents and more interviews to know exactly why it was exceptional. But I think the most plausible explanation is that Ibrahim Haji, the Pangdam for Siliwangi, had enough authority to over his troops to say to them not to massacre prisoners, to keep the prisoners alive. And I can confirm that the entire CDB, the entire provincial Communist Party leadership of West Java was alive. No one was killed. I met one of them and he said, yeah, we were Hutu. There were some massacres in West Java, but there weren't that many. And I think Ibrahim Haji, from Sukarno West, was following Sukarno's orders not to kill. And it's remarkable that he was able to maintain his position. Basuki Rama in East Java, who was also fairly strong Sukarno West, and who was also resistant to the killings, was removed from his post in November, late November 1965, at the time the killings were underway, so that they could proceed unhindered. I think Ibrahim Haji had some good bargaining position with Suharto's clique, and I think there's a whole story there that hasn't been told about what kind of discussions were going on between Ibrahim Haji and Suharto's clique, such that he was able to maintain his position and not be fired, while still ensuring that the massacres did not take place in West Java.
Okay, second question.
In terms of documents,
Mm-hmm.
I guess how I got them is they were just in the archives, and I assume there's many documents in other archives that are possible to be accessed. The military is obviously recording what happened, and these documents do include some of the first orders that were sent. So from the 1st of October from Suharto, and the way that they were spread in the first few days. There was orders sent out on the morning of the 1st of October, activating these command structures. And these were responded to by the military commanders in Sumatra by pledging their support to Suharto. There's also orders of Moko Ginta, the inter-regional Sumatra commander, calling for the military to completely annihilate the 30 September movement on midnight on the 1st of October, which escalates to an order on the 4th of October for the people to assist in every effort to completely annihilate the 30 September movement. So there was massive coordination that was occurring, and there are records of this.
Okay, thank you. Would anybody like to comment on the third question about the terminology, new order, where that came from? Otherwise, I would say we hand over to Jakarta and invite 2 questions.
Tolong disiapkan pertanyaannya, Pak Agus atau Ibu Karlina. Did you mute? Did you mute?
Yeah.
No, it's not.
Please, dua pertanyaan, silakan.
Interview.
This way.
Kita akan menggunakan untuk Pak John Rosa dalam bahasa Indonesia, karena Pak John bisa bahasa Indonesia. Ada yang mau bertanya? Pak Bambang? Silakan. Segera, waktunya mepet, supaya cepat. Ada yang lain dari kelompok itu? Saya kira mesti cepat ya, waktunya kan sayang. Bahasa Indonesia.
Iya, Pak John Rosa, di dalam dalil pembunuhan massal itu ada pertanyaan saya begini. Dalil, mengapa dalil? Karena pembunuhan massal itu terjadi oleh angkatan darat. Pertanyaannya adalah posisi mana menurut Anda tempat bagi Saro Edimiko? Bagi banyak orang, dia untuk kami adalah hero di tahun 65. Bahkan menjadi rising star, general rising star. Sehingga Soeharto mungkin takut sehingga dia kemudian diasingkan menjadi pangdam di Sumatera Utara, lalu pangdam di Jayapura, hanya supaya rising star itu tidak menjadi pesaingnya. Dari pembunuhan massal, apakah itu sesuatu yang disengaja atau tidak? Itu problem. Dan apakah Saro Edi itu hero atau algojo? Kalau Anda mengatakan dari pembunuhan massal itu adalah tanggung jawab angkatan darat, maka kita harus mengatakan Saro Edi itu adalah algojo. Tetapi tentu banyak rakyat di sini yang merasa Saro Edi adalah seorang jenderal yang sangat tanpa pamrih, sederhana, dan melaksanakan tugas dengan baik. Dia algojo atau hero. That's the point. Kedua, Anda mengatakan bahwa surat dari Suparjo, dokumen Suparjo, Anda temukan di seberang Lipi, kantor di Satria Mandala Lipi. Sedangkan Dr. Aswaran Adam mengatakan surat Suparjo itu dia harus cari jauh-jauh sampai ke Leiden, dan fotokopi di sana satu halamannya itu $8. Artinya sejarawan kami itu merasa bahwa sumber-sumber sejarah itu ada di Leiden, ada di Cornell. Padahal Anda menemukan itu di Satria Mandala Museum di Lipi. Pertanyaan saya adalah, kenapa dua ahli sejarah ini tidak kompak gitu ya? pertanyaan kedua, ya barangkali Pak Asing karena dia tidak ada, saya akan mengatakan dia pengagum asing. Kalau orang lain adalah takut sama asing, xenofobik. Tapi dia pengagum asing, sehingga dia harus carinya di lain. Padahal di depan kantornya sini ada di situ bahan. Kedua, dengan surat Suparjo itu, Anda sebut itu otentik. Maka dengan demikian, apa yang mulai Ben Anderson, Wenheim dan sebagainya mengatakan bahwa itu adalah kudeta Soeharto menjadi gugur. Kenapa gugur? Karena surat Suparjo itu mengatakan kita harus membasmi yang namanya NATO, yaitu nasionalis Soeharto. Tidak boleh dibiarkan begitu saja. Lalu Suparjo ingin ambil alih pimpinan untuk menggasak itu Soeharto dan NATO, nasionalis dan Soeharto. Tetapi para tentara sudah bertebaran kemana-mana seperti aur manuk. Jadi burung yang berterbangan kemana-mana sehingga tidak bisa diorganisir lagi. Dengan adanya kata NATO dari Suparjo ini di tempat
Terima kasih. Tadi kami minta pertanyaan yang agak pendek. Mungkin dua pertanyaan ini sudah cukup ya.
Kurang konsentrasi. Terima kasih.
Okay. John, please close your document, John. John, please close your document.
Ya, saya akan menjawab pertanyaan pertama. Kalau pertanyaan kedua.
I'm sorry, John. Please close your document now.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay, wait just a minute.
Your open document is closed.
Okay, wait a minute.
Because in webcast your document is displayed, not conference this conference.
Okay. Kalau sekarang gimana?
Sekarang belum. Mungkin proses. Tapi sudah ditutup ya?
Sudah ditutup.
Oke. Yang penting tidak ada dokumen yang terbuka selain teleconference.
Iya, tidak ada dokumen lain.
Oke, silakan dilanjut.
Ya, saya akan menjawab pertanyaan pertama tentang Sarwo Edi. Kalau pertanyaan kedua tentang Suparjo dan G30S, saya kira lebih baik kalau kita bahas itu di tempat lain, di diskusi lain. Presentasi saya tadi itu hanya tentang pembunuhan sesudah G30S. Dan debat tentang Suparjo, dokumen Suparjo dan G30S itu bisa disimpan untuk waktu dan tempat lain. Kalau pertanyaan pertama tentang Sarwo Edi, apakah Sarwo Edi pahlawan atau algojo? Saya kira ya dua-duanya. Karena dia jadi pahlawan justru karena dia jadi algojo. Dan dia dirayakan oleh mahasiswa Indonesia di Jakarta akhir tahun 65 dan awal tahun 66 karena mereka tahu bahwa dia membunuh banyak orang PKI di Jawa Tengah. Dan secara abstrak, secara umum, pembasmian terhadap PKI itu jadi tugas yang suci di kalangan orang anti-komunis waktu itu. Nah, mereka tidak mau tahu persisnya bagaimana orang dibunuh. Ya, informasi semacam itu mereka tidak mau tahu. Dan kalau mereka tahu, mereka agak shock. Ya. Nah, tapi secara umum mereka dengar istilah, wah ini orang yang membunuh banyak orang PKI, dia membasmi PKI. Wah, dia hero, memang pahlawan. Tapi ya, tetap dia algojo, dia bertanggung jawab atas kejahatan terhadap kemanusiaan. He is responsible for extrajudicial killings of captives. That's a serious crime. Yeah. Itu aja.
Okay, thank you. We would like to invite another question from Jakarta. Kalau ada, kami mau mengundang satu pertanyaan lagi dari Jakarta. Singkat kalau bisa.
Okay, sebentar. John, please check your computer again. Any document opened in your computer?
No, there's no other documents unless you've got some program that's mining information from my computer.
Mohsen, any document open in Melbourne? Because
No. It's
because in website just blank black.
yeah, it's black.
Please fixing first. Oke, Mr. John, silakan
Yes.
pergi ke atas yang share itu.
Yeah,
Di tombol ketiga dari kanan.
yeah.
Ada share file itu yang Anda klik share tadi, dimatikan, diklik sekali lagi.
Tidak ada file lain kecuali display satu dan video conferencing Mozilla Firefox. Hanya dua dokumen yang ada di menu share.
John, the third one from the left. Can you click that?
Yes. I have it.
Click that.
There's
Can
only
you
two
click
documents
the one
there.
from the left?
Yes,
You can
there's only two
submit
documents there.
No, you click the third one on the left, and then toggle it.
there is a drop down that you can
Yeah.
select.
I said stop sharing. Okay. Harus ikut seminar dulu tentang video conferencing sebelum ikut konferensi kayak gini.
Okay, let's starting again. Please, Melbourne, mute your microphone. Melbourne, mute your microphone. Indonesian will be talking with another person. Yes. Ya, dengarkan.
Mengenai pembunuhan di Jawa Barat yang menurut Pak John Rosa itu karena ada faktor Ibrahim Haji. Selain itu, apakah ada kemungkinan faktor lagi, yaitu faktor Darul Islam yang kuat di Jawa Barat, sehingga itu gerakan tani akibat dari Undang-Undang Agraria tahun 1960 yang akan berkurang di sana. Jadi faktor Darul Islam yang kuat di sana, sehingga di desaan ada berkurang gerakan yang ke kiri.
Saya langsung menjawab atau?
Ya.
Oke. Saya kira PKI di Jawa Barat cukup kuat. Masalahnya, kalau Saudara Edi mau bekerja sama milisi di Jawa Barat, itu berarti dia harus bekerja sama orang Masyumi, partai terlarang waktu itu. Dan dia harus bekerja sama ex-DITI, sehingga agak sulit untuk mencari milisi yang besar yang bisa membantu dia. Dan juga di Siliwangi, karena ada perang terhadap DITI, dan memang itu perang, itu bukan seperti 65, perang yang tidak benar itu bukan perang di 65, tapi perang terhadap DITI itu memang perang. Dan ada banyak bantuan dari PKI untuk perang itu. Nah, itu sulit untuk langsung membasmi orang PKI dengan bantuan dari orang yang diserang dulu. Ya. Sehingga saya kira itu mungkin satu faktor. Itu aja dari saya.
Thank you, John. I think it's pretty much time to end this session. I would like to join me in thanking all our contributors for the interesting jump straight into session number 4.
We're going to have a break for 10 minutes.
Okay.
So a 10-minute break.
You can have a 10-minute.
Do the book launch.
Okay.
So quickly grab a coffee.
Sesi selanjutnya adalah book launch. Untuk 10 menit lagi.
Pak Dwi, Pak Jin?
Ya.
Pak Jin? Ya, apakah sudah dihubungi untuk berikutnya yang di London ya?
Bagaimana?
Yang untuk di London apakah sudah siap?
Ya, jadi 10 menit lagi kita book launch dan kita mau bahas.
Oke, Mas Sosa, apakah sudah bisa membuka untuk konferensi ini? Boleh dicoba dari sekarang?
Bagaimana? Sorry.
Boleh dicoba dari sekarang yang dari London. Karena dari tadi pagi saya belum lihat beliau berhasil masuk ke sini.
Oh, belum. Ini hanya dari Romo Baskara. Romo Baskara ada di sana.
Coba dikontak apakah bisa ngetes sekarang juga untuk masuk ke konferensi ini. Mr. Jin?
Ya.
Ya, gimana jadinya?
Yang lain masih belum siap. Yang Copenhagen dan London masih belum siap.
Oh, user kan sudah bisa digunakan tuh yang 11 dan 12.
Sekarang masih tidur.
Oh. Oke. Oke, break. Break 10 minutes.
Ya, 10 menit.
Oke, break 10 minutes, yes? Oke.
15 menit ya.
Oke, 15 minutes, oke.
Yang menarik saya kebetulan adalah dia juga sekolah juga lagi social policy. That's what Sorry? Why? Oh, it's okay. 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 Is that open? No, open there. Yes, it is. That's fine. That's fine. The copy now. Yeah. No. Yeah. This one? That's good. Yes, right. No. It's PPS.
The reason is because we don't want full screen.
That's all right.
That's okay. We can just run it. Well, then open the response because the format
Why can't you still show it in PPS and then swap the
cannot. PPS is full screen. That's how it's designed.
Can I just show it? For just my session? Yeah, you can. Just for 20 minutes. Yeah?
So it's this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, the audience can see the method. So what I have to do, you after the break you are the
No, at the last session, the final session.
final.
So,
Alright, we leave it there.
yeah. Can I take this? Oh, yeah.
Also, they can see that.
Here you go.
Oh, thank you.
Oh no! Scared! But no, but we have to have Joshua at 6, 10, whatever it is, or we can't have him. So. You leave me to
Melbourne, can you mute your microphone? Melbourne, can you mute your microphone? Mosen, can you mute your microphone, yes?
Hello. Can someone ask Romo Bus? No, well, I don't know where the camera's pointing out in which direction. Have to ask someone to get Romo. Yep.
Baik,
Bagus, bisa tolong dijadikan promo sekarang. Dimulai lagi.
Ya Pak, gimana Pak? Ya Pak. Ajin. Ajin.
Ya. Ya.
Ah? Sudah bisa mulai?
Mulai dengan Romo Baskoro.
Oh, Baskoro. Your voice. Nggak keluar suara Pak.
Nggak keluar suara.
Ah, sekarang keluar. Romo Baskoro.
Ya, tolong Romo Baskoro.
Ya, siap Romo Baskoro.
Bagus. Itu tolong perhatikan buatnya agak berbeda ya.
Kenapa? Coba tes suara masuk nggak? Pak?
Ya, masuk.
Oke. Coba tes.
Tes. 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Benar?
Okay, welcome back.
Okay, Melvin, can you close your share file? Melvin, can you close your file?
Stop sharing.
Okay, thank you everyone for coming back so promptly. I'm going to keep this very brief. Yeah. Mute in Jakarta. Please. Okay. All right. Thank you, everybody. What we're doing for a few minutes now is we're launching this wonderful book that is the first book in the Herb Thief translation series, and in fact a sub-series which is about translating accounts of 65-66. And in Jakarta here, yay, Romo Bas also has a copy of this book. Yay. I'm just going to say something briefly about the series and some thank yous, and then I'm going to ask Rommel Bas, as the editor of Truth Will Out, to say a few words about the book. But for me, I just wanted to say something about how this came about. As we mentioned in the opening this morning, the Herb Thief Foundation is committed to supporting the study of Indonesia and research and teaching about it in various ways, and we see the translation series as one of these ways to enable researchers and students from a wide range of areas of study who may not speak or read Indonesian to access important texts like these. And as we've been hearing today, in Indonesia in the past decade and particularly more recent years, there have been a lot of very important books, texts, about 65-66, and until now these have not been available in English language for the wider world to access. And this is why we decided this was a timely thing to do, which I think goes without saying for this audience today. Can I start by thanking Kate McGregor, whose proposal to choose texts focused on 65-66, on the killings, was immediately recognised by our Badan Pekerja as an ideal place to start the translation series. And so barely 12 months on from our initial conversations and exchanges about this with Kate, we now have this wonderful book, which is so far the first in a series of 3 books, which we will be producing in the next 12 months. The second book is Breaking the Silence, edited by Putu Oka Sukanta, and that's been translated as we speak and should be out by the end of the year. This brings me to my second and very big thank you to our translator Jenny Lindsay for her great talent and care and sensitivity in translating this work and the others. She's really tackled the translation of these books very much as a collaboration with the editors and authors. Great thanks to Romo Baskara and his authors for trusting us with this sensitive and critically important book. Thanks to the Herb Feith Foundation Board for wholeheartedly supporting the translation series as an ongoing and we hope long-term contribution to widening the knowledge and understanding of Indonesia. Also to Monash University Publishing for their enthusiasm and guidance in making the series and our first book, Truth Will Out, a reality. Finally, a note about how you can access this book and eventually others in the series. In conjunction with Monash Publishing, these books will be available in hard copy like this. They're called P-books these days, physical books, and they can be ordered from the website, the Monash Publishing website, or you can buy one today. I have got a few left. Or in about 10 days' time, they will be available for download for free from the Monash University Publishing website, open access, so you can read them online or you can print them yourself for free. Finally, I want to just again thank Jenny and Kate and Romo for making this all possible. And now I'll hand over to Romo to talk about this important book, Truth Will Out. Thank you, Romo.
Tolong dinyalakan mic-nya di jalan.
Oke.
Terima kasih. Selamat sore teman-teman semuanya yang di Jakarta maupun yang di Melbourne, juga John di Kanada. Terima kasih kepada Miss Gemma Purdy atas introduksinya mengenai buku ini. Pertama-tama harus saya sampaikan bahwa buku ini bukan hanya merupakan usaha pribadi seseorang, dalam hal ini saya, tetapi ini adalah hasil kerja dari sebuah tim. Tadi ada Mas Tri Chandra Aprianto di sana yang juga ikut berperan, beberapa teman lain yang juga ikut menjadi tim yang melakukan penelitian, wawancara dan sebagainya mengenai buku yang sedang diluncurkan ini. Judul asli buku ini dalam bahasa Indonesia adalah Suara di Balik Prahara, berbagi narasi tentang tragedi 65. Ada sebuah catatan 1 halaman yang saya siapkan yang mungkin bisa menjadi latar belakang dari terbitnya buku ini, khususnya edisi bahasa Indonesianya, yang tadi secara umum sudah disinggung oleh Gemma dalam pengantarnya. Tentang buku Suara di Balik Prahara. Di bawah kekuasaan pemerintahan Orde Baru, narasi mengenai tragedi 65 didominasi oleh narasi resmi dan dengan ketat dijaga oleh rejim penguasa. Narasi resmi tersebut pada intinya menyatakan bahwa Partai Komunis Indonesia merupakan pelaku utama pembunuhan dan penculikan para jenderal Angkatan Darat Indonesia pada dini hari tanggal 1 Oktober tahun 65. Oleh karena itu, demikian menurut narasi ini, penyiksaan dan pembunuhan massal terhadap orang-orang yang dituduh komunis pada tahun 65-66 itu menjadi dalam tanda kutip sah adanya. Dalam arus narasi ini tidak diperbolehkan adanya kompromi, apalagi rekonsiliasi dengan para korban. Sumber-sumber utama yang digunakan oleh narasi pemerintah Orde Baru ini adalah keterangan-keterangan resmi penguasa berikut sumber-sumber yang dipandang sesuai. Tentu maksudnya sesuai dengan kepentingan penguasa waktu itu. Pendukung akademisnya adalah sejarawan-sejarawan tertentu yang merasa berkepentingan untuk ikut menopang kekuasaan yang ada. Di dalam narasi resmi itu, kesaksian para korban dan tuturan para saksi yang tidak sesuai diabaikan. Yang dianggap benar dan boleh beredar di masyarakat hanyalah keterangan yang berasal dari pemerintah Orde Baru dan mereka yang ada di lingkaran kekuasaannya. Buku Suara di Balik Prahara ingin menyodorkan alternatif terhadap narasi dan cara pandang tersebut. Bertolak dari keyakinan bahwa narasi resmi itu bukanlah satu-satunya uraian yang bisa menjelaskan apa yang terjadi pada tahun 65 dan setelahnya, buku ini berusaha mengangkat narasi-narasi yang justru berasal dari sumber-sumber di luar kekuasaan. Isinya adalah tuturan para saksi tragedi 65, baik itu para mantan korban tragedi kemanusiaan tersebut, maupun saksi-saksi yang bukan pelaku, tetapi juga tidak berusaha sangat keras untuk mencegah terjadinya pembantaian massal waktu itu. Mereka ini berasal dari beragam latar belakang sosial, politik, dan keyakinan religius. Tadi bukunya dijual di depan sana, tapi sepertinya sudah habis. Mungkin bisa pesan. Metode yang digunakan adalah metode sejarah lisan dengan cara melakukan wawancara mendalam terhadap para informan dengan rentang waktu sekitar 2 tahun. Wawancara dan pengolahannya dilakukan oleh tim Komisi Sejarah Pusdep, Pusat Sejarah dan Etika Politik, Universitas Sanata Dharma Yogyakarta, dengan dukungan Institute for History, Justice and Reconciliation atau IHJR yang berpusat di Den Haag, negeri Belanda. Semua bahan yang terkumpul kemudian diolah oleh editor dan pada tahun 2011 diterbitkan menjadi sebuah buku oleh penerbit Galang Press Yogyakarta. Pada tahun 2012 buku itu mulai diterjemahkan ke dalam bahasa Inggris oleh Dr. Jennifer Lindsay. Dan segera setelah terjemahannya selesai, pada tahun 2013 buku itu diterbitkan oleh Her Faith Foundation sebagai bagian dari Her Faith Translation Series di Melbourne, Australia, dengan judul Truth Will Out, Indonesian Accounts of the 1965 Mass Violence, Indonesian Accounts of the 1965 Mass Violence. Akhirnya, sebagaimana dikatakan oleh Ronnie Hadley dalam bagian pengantar, buku ini memberikan perspektif baru atas sejarah Indonesia dengan cara mengajak pembaca untuk melihat tidak hanya tragedi 65 itu sendiri, melainkan juga apa yang terjadi sebelum dan setelah terjadinya tragedi tersebut. Tidak hanya dari kacamata para korban, melainkan juga dari kacamata saksi mata dengan latar belakang masing-masing. Usul dari Ronnie Hadley, bolehlah dikatakan buku ini telah memberi semacam sinar terang pada bagian-bagian sejarah Indonesia yang selama ini terkesan gelap atau memang sengaja digelapkan. Hadley yakin bahwa meski dengan cara apapun suatu kebenaran itu ditutup-tutupi, pada akhirnya akan terkuak juga. Truth will out, tegasnya. Terima kasih.
Mr. Jin, any question? No?
Yeah. I'm sorry.
What's next? What's next? What's next?
Next session. We'll go straight to there.
Sesi yang selanjutnya dari Indonesia. Dari Jakarta. Siap, bicara di Jakarta. Pertama dari Jakarta, dari Melbourne, lalu yang selanjutnya dari Jakarta. Yang memimpin acara Romo Baskoro, kan?
Yang lain nggak?
Ya, baik, ini saya ganti peran ini sekarang sebagai moderator. Tadi sudah itu. Sekarang saya ingin memanggil para pembicara, narasumber untuk sesi berikut, Justice for 1965. Yang pertama saudara Fai atau Hilmar Farid. Ini dia. Oke, langsung saja yang kedua, Saudara Boni Triana. Bon. Yang ketiga, Saudara Stanley Adi Prasetyo. Mbak Ayu Wahyuningrum, Mas Agus. Mbak Ayu Wahyuningrum, ada juga? Mbak Ayu?
Dari Australia.
Mbak Ayu dari. Halo Mbak Ayu. Oh iya, saya cari ini. Ya, saya kangen orangnya, tapi yang ada cuma gambarnya ini. Baik. Selamat datang untuk para pembicara ini. Kita punya 4 orang pembicara, yaitu Mbak Ayu Wahyuningrum yang sekarang sedang ada di Australia. Kemudian Mas Hilmar Farid, kemudian Mas Boni Triana, lalu Mas Stanley di sana. Ingin saya perkenalkan para pembicara, tetapi di sini saya hanya punya 3 biodata yang tersedia untuk saya secara singkat. Mungkin Mbak Ayu nanti bisa memperkenalkan diri lebih lanjut, tetapi setahu saya Mbak Ayu ini sekarang sedang studi PhD di ENU di Canberra, dan beliau dulu sampai sekarang aktif di ICTJ, International Center for Transitional Justice, yang sekarang saya kira namanya disebut AJAR. Beliau sangat tertarik dan memang aktif dalam mempromosikan masalah-masalah 65, baik dari segi akademik maupun praktek di lapangan untuk membela para korban, para survivor. Mungkin nanti Mbak Ayu bisa menambahkan 1-2 hal lagi. Pembicara kita yang kedua, Saudara Hilmar Farid, atau di antara kami biasa disebut Pai. Dia riwayat organisasinya aktif di ISSI, Institut Sejarah Sosial Indonesia, dan juga di jurusan Sejarah Universitas Indonesia. Penelitiannya ada banyak, tapi antara lain adalah yang berjudul Indonesia's Original Sin, itu berisi tentang pemburuan massal dan ekspansi kapitalis di Indonesia. Juga melakukan penelitian dan tulisan tentang peristiwa 65. Dan sekarang statusnya masih di kandidat doktor di US National University of Singapore. Mungkin nanti bisa ditambahkan lagi kalau ada yang kurang. Di ujung sana, yang kelihatan serem tapi orangnya sangat baik hati dan sangat produktif ini, Mas Stanley Adi Prasetyo, Yosef Adi Prasetyo, tapi biasa kita kenal dengan sebutan Stanley. Wajahnya sangat dikenal di negeri ini karena perjuangannya selama ini. Lahir di Malang tahun 59, tanggal 20 Juni. Pendidikannya Insinyur Teknik Elektro dari Universitas Kristen Satya Wacana di Salatiga. Sekarang jabatannya Ketua Komisi Hukum Dewan Pers. Lalu pekerjaan sebelumnya anggota Komnas HAM periode 2007-2012 sebagai wakil ketua. Kemudian pernah juga menjadi Direktur ISAI tahun 2000 sampai 2007. Lalu anggota tim ad hoc pelanggaran HAM berat, peristiwa 65, peristiwa Talang Sari, dan peristiwa Mei tahun 98. Karya-karyanya banyak sekali. Buku ada berapa Mas? 50. Oh, enggak ingat saking banyaknya ini. Di sini ditulis 50, kurang lebih itu sudah itu. Dan artikel lebih 20, maka luar biasa beliau ini. Lalu di sebelah kanan saya ini Mas Boni Triana, masih muda dan tampaknya selalu baby face sejak dulu. Tidak kalah produktifnya, dia adalah pemimpin redaksi majalah Historia, yang dulu hanya Historia online, tapi sekarang sudah berkembang menjadi suatu usaha yang besar yang perlu kita dukung. Dan saya kira tadi majalahnya sudah bersebar di sini. Beliau aktif bicara di dalam negeri maupun di luar dunia ini. Sebelum akhirat, jangan buru-buru. Kita beri tepuk tangan kepada keempat pembicara kita ini. Baik, sekarang kita akan mulai dengan pembicara yang pertama. Kita mulai dari Mbak Ayu Wahyuningrum di Australia. Silakan Mbak Ayu.
Oke, terima kasih.
Selamat sore untuk di Melbourne dan selamat siang untuk di Indonesia. Sebelumnya saya minta maaf, mungkin saya agak campur aduk Indonesia dengan Inggris karena saya sudah siapkan presentasi dalam bahasa Inggris, tapi mungkin elaborasinya nanti bisa dalam bahasa Indonesia. Nggak apa-apa ya, begitu ya?
Gado-gado.
Gado-gado. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge today as the day for International Enforced Disappearance. So this is also to acknowledge many of the victims of the 1965 mass violence that was disappeared during all the tragic incidents in Indonesia, and still until today the state has the obligation to give clarity of what's happening to these people and the accountability, people who are accountable for that. So my talk today is on the local acknowledgement for 1965 mass violence in some areas in Indonesia, and looking at what's the possibility to bring truth and justice from margins, from these locals into the center, the pusat, the national level. And the three locals or regions I like to mention here as the background of my presentation. This one is in Palu, another one is in Solo, and the other one is in Kupang. And I know that some of the audience in Jakarta must be very familiar with the context that I'm talking about here, and I'm sure even some of you are already are also there, and maybe can contribute something more information on this. But so 2011 and 2012, it's quite special, I think, because in these three areas there has been local state acknowledgement for the 1965 violence, the narrative of the victims. Not only the state, but also local religious institutions, such as the church in Kupang. In Palu, so in Solo, for example, in 2011, I think it was initially they have the initiative to make a reconciliation in the region. So having a large gathering of the victims in Sekber 65, local parliamentarians and local Pemda government, and discuss about, and including also some Islamic groups in Solo also happen to gather together in that occasion. And later on in 2012, they also managed to get the mayor to come. I think this is the occasion, also the launching of Romo Bas' book, just few, was it last year or early this year, where the mayor was also there and also give some acknowledgement of what happened with the victims and in the 65 mass violence. In Palu, interestingly, in the 2012 International Day for the Rights of Truth, the SKP HAM Palu made a gathering with the survivors, the victims, but also with local governance. And in that occasion, the mayor, Rudy Matsura, gave the speech, and he gave this quite interesting speech, and followed by an apology on behalf of him as the person, but also as the representation of the local authority in Palu. So he said that he admitted that he was also one of the perpetrators in the past. He was a pramuka. I happened to also had the opportunity to interview him, and we discussed quite a lot of things about his involvement, and also how then he feel that there must be something wrong with what happened in the past in Palu, and that
He said that we cannot continue to be like that anymore now, therefore nothing is more appropriate for me to say than to apologize personally on behalf of local government of city of Palu to all the victims of 65 tragedy in Palu and in central Sulawesi. So this is quite interesting. And the other one just happened, I think, a few months ago in Kupang, where JPIT, Jaringan Perempuan Indonesia Timur, conducted research basically documenting the narrative of women survivors about the mass violence they experienced. And interestingly, they look on theological perspectives and the involvement of church in Nusa Tenggara Timur. And the fact that the churches, in this case is GMIT and GKS, explicitly mentioned that there's strong refusal of PKI, but there were significant numbers of members of GMIT and GKS were interested and involved in PKI, Gerwani BTI activities, and the fact that they also get some benefits of the violence because lots of victims then converted and become their members in the institution. And this is, I find it quite interesting because the same thing also I found a document in Yogyakarta in Catholic Church saying that after the 65, the numbers of people who joined the Catholic Church increased almost 300%. So it's quite interesting how religious institutions were also gain benefits from what happened after the massacres, the genocides. And in that occasion, when they launched the book, the authority from the churches also delivered apology to the victims, acknowledging their narrative and sufferings, how the church has been, have also discriminated them all this time, and that they made also some promise to give reparations for the victims. And also the mayor of Palu also delivered the same commitment to to give reparations for the victims. So what can we tell from these events? Firstly, I think there has been a change in a pattern of civil society advocacy and campaigns. Civil society here I refers to NGOs and victims groups. So as we know, civil society played significant roles during the transition in Indonesia. After 1998, civil society expanded dramatically in terms of numbers and associational activities. This also reflects the development of human rights movement, particularly in addressing 1965 tragedy in Indonesia's transition. For years, even before Suharto had to end his leadership in 1998, it has been civil society groups who insisted that the truth and justice for the 1965 tragedy should be addressed and that the state has to be accountable to its citizens. For example, the assessment made by ICTJ in 2005, where Maspai was also one of the writers here, noted at least 200 activities were carried out by these groups between 1999 and 2002. And most of that activity is also closely related to 65. In the first decade after Reformasi, only few NGOs directly engaged themselves with state's mechanisms for truth and justice. Others preferred to play roles as watchdogs, as this assessment by ICTJ by Maspai revealed. Also, supported by research by Demos, that say that during this early period, some of these organizations were avoiding working with government institutions as their strategy, expressing their distrust with the new regimes, but much preferred to build solidarity with victims of grassroots communities and continue struggling for injustice by ignoring political representation bodies, including political parties. However, the events that I just mentioned show a change in the pattern. We can see that within at least the last decade, or maybe less than a decade, civil society relates to the state and articulate interests by engaging rather than estrange with formal political process. This is perhaps one of the main features of civil society groups in post-Suharto nowadays, where they are most likely share the consensus that the state and social order after 98 Reformasi as fundamentally legitimate, and that the primary aims of politics were conceived as pressuring, lobbying, or influencing the state to achieve desirable policy outcomes. As more individual politicians with social activism backgrounds or family background related to 65 tragedy or sympathetic to tragedy, this has also made their ways to political offices and involved in decision-making process, both at the executives and legislators. Lobbying and mobilizing for pressing the government to accommodate NGOs' objectives are often through special connections with these individuals. At the local level, this engaging and inclusion with local authority is even more obvious. Civil society groups are applying more grassroots or community-based activities, mainly organizing around documentation, exhumation, memorialization, commemoration and reconciliation, as well as organizing public seminars within their communities. In terms of objectives for formal acknowledgement of the mass violence, these local initiatives are more successful than those at the national or pusat. This leads me to the second observable aspect from the event of local acknowledgement I mentioned earlier. That is a more possible space. Now we have a more possible space to address truth and justice for 65 at the better local level, at the regional level. There are at least two contributing factors for this. One is the growing and dynamics of local democracy through the formalization of decentralization policies in Indonesia. As one of the agenda reformasi agreed during the early political transition. There are more possibility to maintain networks and collaboration with local authorities within such context, including local governments and other formal institutions such as religious institutions, but also more possibilities to do more, including campaign, advocacy, education, etc. Another contributing factor is the organization's approach and strategies. Like the SKP HAM Palu, for example, applies inclusive strategy to gain support from communities and local authorities and facilitate processes of empowerment and reconciliation among victims, as well as with wider public at the local level. Also, young new generation activists involved in the organization, together with the victims, and as a result, they managed to collect documentations of archives, photos, audiovisuals, and around 1,028 testimonies of victims. In most of local communities, the positive outcomes of these initiatives are also determined by the background of actors or figures that drive the processes. The coordinator of SKP HAM, some of you may already know her, Nurlela, comes from a family with strong Islamic background. Her father is prominent local ulama who owned his own traditional school or pesantren. Even though she never associated her activism with the family's fame and influence, but her background gives the advantage for her activism, especially since she has to meet and gain trust from Islamic leaders that have been opposing communism. Jaringan Perempuan Indonesia Timur, or JPIT, that I mentioned also earlier, was doing their research by involving researchers from theology background, where many of them are also women priests and scholars. Not only personal background matters, in some regions, organization affiliation is also a central factor in determining the positive outcomes of their initiatives. Syarikat, Mas Imam already mentioned earlier in the early session. So Syarikat is a prominent organization that have worked on grassroots-based reconciliation, inspired by Abdurrahman Wahid's personal apology to victims of 65 tragedy. A group of young activists in NU founded Syarikat. Wahid's statement resonated with the strong stigma of NU as the perpetrator of mass killings. This motivated these activists that have long been working with victims of the tragedy to initiate local truth-seeking and reconciliation activities. We can add another contributing factor that maybe also makes such local acknowledgement possible. That is the aspect of the violence itself. Who are the perpetrators? Who are the victims? The scale and level of violence and systematic aspect of the violence, the local context when the violence happened. In some areas, such as in Eastern Java or Bali, it might be more difficult to have such initiatives compared to, for example, Palu or Jawa Barat. Earlier we discussed Jawa Barat. Perhaps we need to further study such conditions and the possibilities for local truth and justice in these more complicated violence background areas. There are both positive achievements and also conditions of lacking from these local initiatives. The achievements are mainly in terms of truth and reconciliation at local or community-based level. The initiatives contribute to wider discourse on the missing stories of what happened after the 30th September 1965 through victim stories and community reconciliation initiatives. Such initiatives are equally important for victims' agency in restoring the damage they suffered. So, Nat Marcus, for example, a victim whose 8 members of her family, including her father, brother, and younger sister, were executed in 1965-1966 in Kupang, said before her testimony in one of the events of Dengar Kesaksian in Kupang. So she said that only by telling the truth of what happened, we can really be free from trauma of the past. We deserve the truth about the history of this nation and a guarantee from the state that these injustices will never happen again. So her last sentence underlines what is significantly still lacking from all of this bottom-up approach, we may call it, of justice by civil society. That is the need for state's presence through formal measures. In a book edited by Bridget Brasher, it shows convincingly the need to have alternatives for meaningful reconciliation at community levels. These alternatives are good for the proposed, but to my opinion, not good enough if they do not lead to state's acknowledgement and responsibility. Such alternatives have 2 limitations and thus consequences. One is the limitation in terms of coverage, or limited access and knowledge for wider society on the process and outputs of the activities. Only local people have the opportunity to get involved in such processes or gaining knowledge from it. The contestation of state discourse within these alternatives, so we call it, became localized, or the collective memory become localized, such that larger Indonesian society would thought it as part of the local dynamics without necessarily comprehend it as a nation's effort to rewrite its history of injustice. What then is missing is the connecting line of all these local stories that explain bigger picture of what happened in the country after the 30th September 65 and legitimate a common memory, a collective national memory. National reconciliation will never occur if such legitimation is absent. Such as Mary Zurbuchen warns once, there are always risks of invoking personal memories because no mediating agent responsible to prevent violence and terror among polarized groups and communities. The other limitation of such alternatives is the inability to touch on the root causes and systematic violence by state actors. Localizing truth-seeking and reconciliation efforts eventually contribute to impunity and weak rule of law at state level, 2 conditions that potentially make democratic change in Indonesia become fragile. Moreover, the state will remain vulnerable of repeating the same mistakes in any political regime, whether this regimes or the next regimes, we don't know. A coalition of civil society groups called KKPK, and I noticed in the monitor that some of you are here, members of KKPK are here, including Romo Bas also. The Coalition for Justice and Truth-Seeking has been trying to minimize the limitation. Established in 2008, the coalition consists of more than 50 national and local organizations, including NGOs, victims groups, as well as individuals concerned on issues related to human rights. KKPK is not exclusively working on the issue of 65. The concerns are more widely to cover and monitor cases of human rights violations, especially past human rights violations. In 2012, the coalition launched a truth-seeking and reconciliation project called Year of Truth. This initiative seeks to document 100 cases that represent cases of past human rights abuses in Indonesia, ranging from civil rights violations to economic and socio-cultural rights violations by the state. Part of the activity is what they call dengar kesaksian or of TK, and Nef Marcus here gave the testimonies for that proposal as well. So the question then is, can we bring such locally based initiatives resulted in local acknowledgement from these local regions to Pusat or Center for National Acknowledgement and who knows, maybe National Truth and Justice and Reconciliation perhaps? This is actually a question I'd like to raise for all of us to think about. Our big PR, pekerjaan rumah or homework, to bring truth and justice for the victim, but also for the whole nation. So even though civil society groups have organized many initiatives addressing the tragedy, state responded to some of this sporadically and unsustainably. It is sporadic because particular government institutions responded to particular issues emerged at particular time by civil society groups. It is unsustained because eventually these responses have not been formalized into state's policies or justice measures to settle the tragedy and repairing the damage of the victims. State responses are very much dependent on at least two factors or conditions. They are leadership of the new elite actors and state institution incentives. But the more pressing issue here is our challenge in the nature of the democracy itself that's been going on in Indonesia that really rely on power sharing. Dan Slater calls it collusive democracy, democracy marked by promiscuous power sharing, whether every significant party is brought into the executive or not. This is a coping mechanism in times of uncertain transition. Always, this party is always afraid by popular mobilization, especially by Islamic groups, but also by politicized military. But this, to my opinion, this is the challenge nowadays. So explain why state failed to righting the past wrongs on 65, even though there were good leadership such as Gus Dur's attempts and other initiatives such as Komnas HAM's investigation. Mas Stanley can further elaborate that, and also Komnas Perempuan documentation. Such collusion has proven its failure to deliver true democracy in Indonesia. We have democratic procedures but lost the substantive one. But also, the collusive democracy resulted to the distancing of the constituents of society from the outcomes of politics, and this is actually, at the same time, also give us another room or space to really work intensively in the local areas in pushing it for this collusive democracy to rethink its failure and take into consideration the dynamics of what happens in the margins. So I think I'll just stop there and give back to the
Baik, terima kasih Mbak Ayu atas presentasinya yang sangat menarik dan tajam dan mendorong kita untuk berpikir sampai semua saya lihat berkerut-kerut dahinya tadi memikirkan isi dan sekaligus mungkin mencari jawaban atas beberapa pertanyaan Mbak Ayu tadi. Baik, berikutnya kita akan melanjutkan ke pembicara yang kedua yaitu Mas Hilmar Farid. Waktu dan tempat kami serahkan.
Baik. Bisa dengar? Oh ya. Lokir.
Kita masih lebih hebat daripada teknologi. Ada kemacetan, pindah orangnya aja. Baik, saya langsung saja, saya akan bicara singkat. Beberapa poin saja yang saya ingin ajukan. Menyangkut apa yang saya sebut sebagai prasyarat kultural ya, untuk mencapai keadilan mengenai peristiwa 65. Nah, dasar berpikir saya, karena selama ini pembicaraan cenderung terarah pada prasyarat politik dan prasyarat kelembagaan. Ya. Bagaimana caranya melaksanakan pengadilan, jaksa dan hakim seperti apa yang diperlukan, dan saya ingat di tahun-tahun 99, 2000, 2001 ada beberapa lembaga yang mengkhususkan perhatiannya untuk melatih para hakim agar mengerti apa itu kejahatan terhadap kemanusiaan dan tidak ngerti-ngerti. Nah, kita hidup terus di dalam aura semacam itu. Nah, prasyarat politik dan prasyarat kelembagaan penting tentunya gitu, tapi saya kira perlu juga kita pikirkan segi yang lain gitu. Dan saya tahu barusan saya bisik-bisik sama Stanley, dia akan fokus gitu, kepada pengadilan, institusi pengadilan dan juga persoalan-persoalan politik yang dihadapi oleh Komnas HAM dan juga oleh sistem peradilan Indonesia untuk menangani kasus semacam ini. Saya akan fokus kepada satu soal, yaitu prasyarat kultural. Tentu kalau saya berbicara tentang prasyarat kultural, bukan saya berarti menganggap ini yang paling penting daripada yang lain. Dia tentu terkait, ya. Bukan sesuatu yang bisa. Demi kejelasan analitik, ya saya coba pisahkan ini sebagai satu area atau wilayah tersendiri. Gitu. Nah, ini juga sebetulnya sebagai satu area luas sekali. Kita bisa bicara tentang tidak adanya, misalnya constitutional culture di Indonesia ini, budaya konstitusional. Ya. Orang bisa diperlakukan seperti anjing. Ya. Di tengah jalan diseret, tiba-tiba dikebukin, nggak ada konsekuensi hukum. Ya. Orang bisa diapakan saja. Ya. Dan kita hidup masih di dalam situasi seperti itu. Itu satu wilayah yang saya kira kalau mau berbicara tentang keadilan dalam konteks lebih besar, ya, kita harus sentuh bagian yang ini juga. Ya. Nggak bisa cuma kita fokus tentang, oh ya hakimnya begini, atau pemerintah tidak serius, dan segala macamnya, kita tahu lah. Ya. Tapi ada soal-soal di bawah, di dalam masyarakat yang saya kira juga perlu diangkat ke permukaan agar kita paham di mana macetnya. Nah, fokus saya, latar belakang saya sejarah, adalah di sekitar perdebatan atau pertengkaran, lebih tepatnya mengenai sejarah peristiwa 65 ini. Saya nggak bicara tentang G30S, tapi tentang sesudahnya. Karena kalau G30S ini dibuka lagi, tadi Suparjo keluar lagi, nanti siapa lagi yang keluar gitu, dan itu satu diskusi yang lain. Diskusi ini saya ingin memang fokus kepada persoalan pembunuhan, kejahatan terhadap kemanusiaan yang terjadi setelah peristiwa itu. Nah, intinya kita bisa lihat bahwa yang terjadi selama ini adalah penyangkalan terhadap kebenaran bahwa pembunuhan itu terjadi. Dan dari segi naratif ada dua yang biasanya dikatakan. Pertama, pembunuhan itu sebetulnya tidak terjadi. Ya, penyangkalan sama sekali terhadap orang itu. Dan kedua, kalaupun ada pembunuhan, ini hubungannya atau kaitannya dengan saling bunuh, atau ada semacam perang, atau ada semacam konflik gitu pada tahun 65. Maka seringkali dipakai kata tragedi, yang menurut saya nggak tepat. Ini bukan tragedi, ini jelas ada kejahatan yang terjadi, kita nggak bisa bilang tragis, kita mesti bilang ya kejahatan. Dan saya setuju tadi sama John Rusa ketika dia bilang there was no war, nggak ada perang. Ya. Yang ada adalah orang nggak bersenjata ditembak oleh orang yang bersenjata. Itu yang terjadi. Ya, jadi bukan seperti ada konflik dan segala macam, ada perang yang tidak bisa dielakkan dan kemudian jutaan orang mati di kedua belah pihak, tidak. Ya. Bahwa PKI melakukan perlawanan bersenjata di Blitar Selatan sampai tahun 68 di beberapa wilayah lagi, dan ada insiden-insiden mereka melakukan perlawanan itu ya. Tapi bentuknya sama sekali tidak masif dalam skala yang kita bisa namakan perang. Ya, yang terjadi adalah pembunuhan, atau lebih tepatnya mungkin pembantaian, slaughter, bukan konflik antara dua pihak. Nah itu satu hal. Hal yang lain, di samping penyangkalan, strategi lain yang sering digunakan adalah penilaian moral. Gitu. Ya, mereka bikin semacam moral judgment terhadap peristiwa ini. Gimana kita mau memandang peristiwa 65 yang lengkap semua? Dan biasanya dibilang bahwa pembunuhan itu wajar terjadi, ya. Dan itu kata-kata saya kutip dari disertasi seorang dokter, itu dibilang bahwa wajar terjadi karena PKI berada di pihak yang salah dan kalah. Ya. Nah ini kan sebetulnya moral judgment yang kita kasih terhadap fakta sejarah. Jadi bukan kemudian mempersoalkan pembunuhannya sendiri, ya. Kita kasih penilaian dulu, penilaian terlebih dulu. Dan penilaian lain yang sering dikasih adalah penilaian sifatnya ideologis. Yaitu komunis ya, arti karena komunisme nggak punya tempat di bumi Pancasila, sederhana. Kalau gitu ya boleh bunuh orang. Nanti tinggal cari aja lagi ideologi lain apa yang kira-kira nggak cocok dengan Pancasila dan bisa membayangkan 1000, 2000 atau mungkin jutaan orang dibunuh dan disingkirkan dengan alasan yang sama. Nah, itu adalah modus naratif yang lain, mengatakan bahwa ini pembunuhan wajar terjadi karena alasan ideologis. Dan yang lain yang berkaitan dengan narasi konflik tadi adalah pembunuhan dilakukan sebagai balas dendam atas apa yang dilakukan PKI di masa sebelumnya. Saya ingin mengatakan bahwa ya jelas ada konflik politik. Terus misalnya seringkali dibilang ya karena PKI berambisi merebut kekuasaan. Ya, sebenarnya partai politik mana yang nggak berambisi merebut kekuasaan? Kalau dia ngaji ya nggak bikin partai politik, ya bikin arisan. Arisan aja kadang-kadang dipakai untuk merebut kekuasaan. Itu soal lain. Tapi poinnya adalah bahwa partai politik ya pastilah punya prinsip semacam itu. Cuma semua argumentasi ini dibangun gitu untuk kemudian pada dasarnya ingin mengatakan bahwa pembunuhan memang wajar terjadi. Nah, ini ya, penyangkalan gitu, semacam ini atau boleh dibilang saya merujuk pada pengalaman di Jerman itu disebut historical revisionism. Jadi revisionisme sejarah sama seperti pembunuhan terhadap orang Yahudi, ada macam-macam alasan yang kemudian dilakukan ya karena mereka dulu pelit sih atau apa gitu ya punya stereotip tertentu gitu sehingga pembunuhan terhadap mereka terjadi. Itu historical revisionism dan sangat populer di Jerman. Jadi jangan pikir bahwa Indonesia ini unik. Enggak. Di Jerman pun berlangsung dalam waktu yang cukup lama. Sampai tahun 80-an kemudian muncul apa yang disebut historical strike. Pertentangan atau perdebatan di kalangan sejarawan mengenai apa yang sesungguhnya terjadi pada Perang Dunia Kedua. Ya, tahun 80-an. Perang Dunia Kedua tahun 80-an, jadi kira-kira boleh bilang 35-40 tahun. Itu baru bisa sampai pada satu level orang berbicara ya, tanpa gebuk-gebukan, paling nggak di permukaan. Saya nggak tahu di belakangnya gimana, tapi paling nggak di permukaan kelihatan bahwa itu berlangsung satu perdebatan yang dengan nalar, dengan argumentasi dan seterusnya. Dan melibatkan orang-orang yang nggak kira-kira. Ya, Jürgen Habermas yang di sini kayaknya populer banget ya saya lihat. Soalnya saya beberapa kali baca skripsi Habermas lagi. Habermas ini berperan penting, berperan sentral di dalam perdebatan ini, terutama juga untuk mengurangi benang kusut. Jerman juga tidak mudah pengalamannya dengan Perang Dunia Kedua. Ya. Cuma perbedaannya, ya memang di sana fasisme kalah telak, kalah perang. Jenderal-jenderalnya diakhiri, Hitler bunuh diri, terus jenderal-jenderalnya diakhiri di Nuremberg. Ya, fasisme dinyatakan sebagai ideologi perang dan seterusnya. Sehingga katakanlah landasannya untuk menangani ya, atau mengadakan keadilan dalam perkara itu jauh lebih solid. Di kita enggak, ya boro-boro menang perang, ya, membawa ke pengadilan aja kalah kita sama tim dokter. Selalu alasan sini sakit, itu sakit, nggak bisa hadir terus lah. Ya, jadi banyak hambatan yang dialami, ya, hambatan-hambatan politik saja saya dengan bisa diskusi cerita lebih detail itu ya, sehingga itu tidak terjadi. Jadi kita berada di landasan yang sama-sama berbeda. Nah pertanyaannya kemudian gitu, kalau begitu halnya ya, menghadapi hambatan kultural semacam ini, apa yang kira-kira mungkin dilakukan? Nah saya kira banyak teman-teman di sini saya lihat, saya tahu, saya kenal sudah belasan mungkin lebih ya, tahun ikut di dalam kampanye untuk menegakkan keadilan dan seterusnya. Kadang-kadang ya mesti kita akui capek juga. Lelah gitu nih kapan gimana ujungnya nih, kayaknya lampu nggak kelihatan gitu, terowongan gelap terus. Tapi sebetulnya enggak, tidak seburuk itu. Dan mungkin dengan menengok ke tempat-tempat lain di dunia, gitu ya, pandangan bisa agak terbuka sedikit. Saya mengambil contoh beberapa bulan lalu di Guatemala ada pengadilan terhadap mantan diktator di sana, Yosmon, yang didakwa terlibat di dalam pembunuhan atau bahkan memimpin rangkaian pembunuhan terhadap indigenous people di Guatemala pada tahun 82-83. Jadi masanya pada kuasa, dia kemudian di proses peradilannya jalan, itu menarik ya. Sama seperti di sini ada beberapa lembaga yang mengajukan bahwa ini harus diadili. Jaksa Agungnya kemudian mendorong proses itu dan jalan pengadilan. Dan pada akhirnya dia dihukum. Ya. Padahal situasi politiknya jauh dari mendukung. Ya. Presidennya sekarang Molina, anak buahnya di zaman dulu. Ya mirip-mirip SBY yang jagoannya dulu nih. Ya. Sama-sama lah 11-12 gitu kondisi. Nah, cuma dia gitu, secara tekun saja ya, menjalankan seluruh proses itu. Bukan berarti kemudian berhasil. Di tahun 82 mereka mulai kampanye 83. Ya. Tahun 2013 itu baru nyampe, yang baru dibuka pengadilan. Ada proses yang panjang. Nah, yang perlu saya kira dipelajari jangan di ujungnya aja, ya, jangan lihat senangnya doang gitu. Lihat bagaimana selama 30 tahun kerja keras melakukan banyak hal yang antara lain menyentuh prasyarat kultural yang tadi saya sebut, menjadi kayak semacam kesadaran publik gitu ya, bahwa ini adalah sebuah kesalahan. Gak bisa selalu kita terjemahkan secara kultural gitu. Entah kita mau gunakan bahasa tragedi, entah kita mau gunakan bahasa bahwa ya orang Indonesia memang benar suka ngamuk apa segala macam gitu ya, kayak di drama Clifford Years. Enggak, ini mesti aja kita pastikan gitu ya. Duduk soalnya adalah di mana, dan untuk itu pekerjaannya memang tidak sedikit. Saya betul apresiasi teman-teman di STF ini menyelenggarakan ini. Tolong koreksi saya kalau salah, tapi setahu saya ini adalah konferensi yang pertama mengenai peristiwa Natuna dilakukan secara terbuka oleh kampus secara resmi. Ya, acara kecil-kecil di lain-lain tempat banyak, ya. Tapi menghadirkan begini banyak orang, ada hubungan dengan apa namanya, Melbourne, gitu ya. Terus beberapa teman dari luar juga diajak untuk duduk sama-sama memikirkan masalah ini memang. Ya. Urusan begini STF bagus juga lah ya. Saya ingat tahun 95 ini melengkapi saja datanya gitu ya. Tahun 95 untuk pertama kalinya juga dibikin seminar tentang persoalan Timor Leste di kampus ini juga. Ya. Dan itu saya ingat juga seminar publik pertama mengenai Timor Leste yang diadakan oleh orang Indonesia. Jadi ya ujian ya buat STF ya. Dalam hal itu. Nah, jadi apa yang mungkin dilakukan? Saya kira banyak PR dan yang belum digarap dan mungkin kedengarannya aneh kalau saya bilang bahwa kita harus punya laporan hak asasi manusia mengenai peristiwa 65 yang memang dapat diandalkan. Ya. Saya bukan bilang bahwa kita selama ini nggak kerja, banyak sekali pekerjaan yang terlalu banyak bahkan. Ya. Tetapi untuk membuat satu kasus itu memang mampu terangkat ke permukaan, ya, dengan apa namanya kesiapan informasi data dan segala macam itu kita belum. Ya. Saya nggak tahu isinya 1.200 halaman laporan Komnas HAM gitu ya. Mudah-mudahan jejaknya udah ada di sana atau bahkan sudah jadi. Jadi tolong saya terangi soal ini. Gitu. Tapi itu kita perlu. Dan itu membutuhkan kerja keras. Ya. Itu nggak bisa. Misalnya saya sering kali ada forum semacam ini, saya bilang gitu, kita perlu laporan. Terus ada yang satu berdiri, wah faktanya semua sudah jelas. Loh, saya ini nggak perlu diyakinkan lagi. Ya, yang kita perlu yakinkan publik dan sistem hukum. Ya kalau saya sih udah beriman lah, nggak perlu lagi diyakinkan gitu ya. Jadi kita mesti ngomong berpikir tentang satu publik yang ya, kesadaran umumnya adalah menyangkal. Jadi jangan kita bicara twist to convert. Ya yang udah yakin ya nggak usah kita sodor-sodorin lagi gitu ya. Tuh, pesan buat Boni, jualan majalahnya tuh jangan yang udah percaya, tapi yang belum. Nah, menjangkau inilah pekerjaan rumah, dan itu tidak sederhana. Tidak sederhana. Ya, mesti kita pasang, ya jangan bisa soulmate lah ya, Jawa ya. Tapi siapalah yang jajaran ini, sehingga kita bisa mengkonsolidasi kesadaran umum yang memang melihat ini sebagai masalah. Karena itu adalah prasyarat kultural. Tanpa itu bukan tidak bisa berjalan, tapi jalan kita akan tetap sulit. Nah, kedua, ya, berkaitannya dengan yang tadi, nggak cukup dengan sekedar mengungkap kebenaran. Kalau kesaksian sekarang saya kira udah nggak kurang-kurang. Ya. Tapi kita perlu masuk, mungkin mirip seperti apa yang dilakukan di Jerman pada saat itu, historical strike. Ya. Nah, langsung aja berdebat orang. Dan itu pernah terjadi pada saya beberapa kali. Saya ditantang, kamu bela PKI terus bagaimana pembunuhan yang dilakukan oleh orang PKI? Oke, kamu bikin komite, saya ikut deh. Kita cari sama-sama di mana fakta. Kalau benar kebenaran sejarah yang ingin diungkap, gitu ya. Tapi kalau cuma mau main-main politik, bilang bahwa pelanggaran ini tidak bisa diungkap karena kamu juga melanggar, ya kita nggak kemana-mana. Tapi kalau serius memang betul-betul mengungkap kebenaran sejarah, ya ayo. Dan itu sebetulnya dilakukan juga oleh ANC. Sebelum Truth Commission itu berdiri, mereka melakukan investigasi terhadap kejahatan yang dilakukan oleh ANC sendiri di dalam tubuhnya sendiri, oleh gerakan bersenjata. Jadi ada banyak. Ya. Ada banyak sebetulnya PR yang masih mungkin dilakukan dan belum, jangankan kita sudah kerjakan, mendekati itu saja belum. Dan saya kira ini perlu kita pikirkan sama-sama gitu. Kalau baca perdebatan yang terjadi di Jerman itu seru. Gitu. Ada orang namanya Ernst Nolte, sangat terkenal, cerdas, ya. Dan dia bicara punya merevisi sejarah yang pada saat itu sudah dianggap umum, gitu, sehingga perdebatan terjadi. Nah, kita sebetulnya lebih beruntung, kita nggak punya Ernst Nolte di sini. Nggak ada sejarawan yang menyangkal kehebatannya semacam itu. Kadernya ya itu dah. Ya, paling tinggi bakar buku yang saya bisa ingat di Surabaya, gitu. Seorang profesor marah karena buku Sumarsono tentang Madi itu beredar, kemudian dia mau ikut membakar buku. Kita berhadapan dengan kayak gitu. Nah, yang terakhir yang saya ingin tekankan soal vokasi. Mungkin juga perlu dipikirkan ruang-ruang yang selama ini nggak begitu terlihat. Ya. Karena saya nggak hafal kasusnya, saya coba baca. Ya. Ini di Bali terjadinya. Gitu. Jadi pada tahun 2007 ada putusan Mahkamah Agung, ya, nomor 1050 garis miring K 2007 tentang perampasan tanah dan bangunan para ahli waris IGT Puger. Nah, Puger ini adalah mantan gubernur Bali yang dibunuh pada tahun 65 secara sadis. Ya. Dan kemudian tanahnya dirampas, bangunan dirampas oleh militer dan dijadikan kantor hukum dari Kodam Udayana. Nah, ahli warisnya anak-anak ini kemudian datang menggugat. Itu tanah orang tua kami. Puger pun dapat warisan dari orang tuanya. Jadi diurus secara hukum. Pengadilan negeri menang. Dibawa ke pengadilan lebih tinggi, menang. Dibawa ke Mahkamah Agung, menang. Ya, dan menarik, ini penting. Yang menarik adalah dalam keputusan tersebut bahwa satu, IGD Puger adalah korban pembunuhan tanpa peri kemanusiaan. Ini Mahkamah Agung ya, saya. Adalah korban pembunuhan tanpa peri kemanusiaan. B. Keluarganya menderita lahir batin setelah dia diusir. C. Perampasan yang dilakukan bersifat cacat hukum dan tidak sah. Ya. Dan karena kerugian itu, pihak Kodam 9 Udayana harus membayar 128 miliar. Ya. Dan langsung artinya uang yang harus mereka bayarkan setiap hari kalau mereka menolak menjalankan putusan Mahkamah Agung sebesar 1,5 juta per hari. Ya, itu adalah keputusan Mahkamah Agung. Tentu tidak dilaksanakan. Tapi persoalan kita adalah, ya nggak mungkin kita berharap itu dilaksanakan tanpa ada, ya tadi saya bilang prasyarat kultural. Kalau nggak ya si Anwar Kongo, Kodam Udayana, siapapun yang kita catat jangan itu terus. tanpa adanya kesadaran publik yang bisa bilang paling tidak itu salah. Dan saya masih percaya kekuatan publik itu ada mesti. Ya. Punya makna gitu, bukan cuma sekedar kita diskusi-diskusi terus ya oke, punya ada kesadaran. Nah, dia punya kekuatan. Dan itu yang harusnya kita fokus kalau saya. Gitu. Saya lihat bahwa itu adalah ada wilayah yang belum dijelajahi. Kasus kedua, dan sini ada ibu-ibu ya, ada teman-teman, ada Pak Komiso, saya kira beberapa di sini ikut nih kampanye ini gitu ya. Keputusan Mahkamah Konstitusi mengenai pasal 60 huruf G dalam Undang-Undang 12 2003 tentang pemilihan umum yang pada dasarnya merestorasi, memulihkan hak para ekstapol untuk memilih dan dipilih. Ini kemajuan. Ya. Masa kita mau bilang bahwa terjadi apa-apa semuanya terus dalam terowongan gelap? Nggak ada kok sebenarnya. Masalahnya kita memberi makna apa pada itu? Kalau terus kemudian kita sibuk menganalisis gitu, apa sebetulnya kepentingan ada di belakang ini, nggak kemana-mana gitu. Kadang-kadang ini dianggap milestone saja. Atau enggak, di mana kita bisa memegang untuk bergerak maju. Karena kalau enggak, kita nggak akan bisa lihat apa. Kalau dugaan saya dalam 10 mungkin 15 tahun perubahan yang sangat besar seperti halnya di Jerman gitu ya. Pihak sananya kalah total, ya. Perang ada pengadilan menyeluruh, ya, akan terjadi. Berita buruknya itu. Berita baiknya bahwa retak yang kecil-kecil itu sudah ada di mana-mana. Tinggal sekarang pada kita mau bikin apa ya, dengan itu semua gitu. Dan saya kira dalam pembicaraan ini nggak bisa dibatasi lagi gitu ya, bahwa ini ada korban, ini ada pelaku, atau ini ada siapa yang paling bertanggung jawab, atau anak kecil yang belum lahir jangan ngomong, ya enggak ya. Bukan itu. Saya kira itu adalah bagian atau persoalan yang mesti dihadapi oleh orang Indonesia secara keseluruhan. Karena saya kira bangsa ini nggak akan maju lah kalau kakinya masih terjerat pada masa lalu kelam sekarang. Saya pikir begitu saja. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih.
Ganti lagi.
Bung Pai. Terima kasih Bung Pai atas presentasinya yang juga tidak kalah menarik dan melibatkan emosi kita semua, saya kira. Kita punya 2 orang pembicara lagi, Mas Boni, kemudian nanti oleh Mas Stanley. Tetapi sayangnya tadi panitia memberitahu saya bahwa kita harus selesai jam 3.10 karena Joshua Oppenheimer sudah menunggu giliran berikut di Copenhagen dan waktunya agak berbeda dengan kita dan sebagainya. Oleh karena itu mungkin dibagi 2, nanti mungkin ada pertanyaan singkat dari teman-teman. Berapa menit, Bon? Kira-kira 10, 15? 10? Ya, 10-15 menit. Boni 10-15 menit, Mas Stanley nanti. Silakan.
Saya?
Ya.
Blokir lagi.
Sudah bisa. Ya, sudah.
Terima kasih, Romo. Terima kasih kepada STF Jakarta dan juga University of Melbourne, Monash University, dan juga Forum Indonesia di Australia yang telah memberikan kesempatan saya berbicara. Dengan segala kerendahan hati saya juga mengucapkan hormat kepada ibu-ibu dan bapak-bapak penyintas. Saya lebih suka menyebutnya penyintas atau survivor daripada korban yang hadir di sini. Jadi saya mohon izin untuk sedikit bicara tentang apa yang sebetulnya saya tidak pernah saksikan secara langsung, kecuali saya baca. Dan saya pernah melakukan penelitian tanggal 5 di Purwodadi selama hampir 2 tahun tentang pemandian massal di Purwodadi tahun 65-69. Tidak punya kemubas ya di Purwodadi. Pada hari ini saya akan membagi gagasan yang tentu saja bisa ditolak, bisa diperdebatkan dan atau bisa dibuang mentah-mentah, tapi saya ingin menawarkan saja. Karena bagi saya kita sudah sering diskusi, kita sudah sering seminar, mungkin ada beberapa ratusan seminar atau diskusi tentang peristiwa 65 dan tentang sabotase. Dan banyak juga penelitian dan juga buku tentang 65. Tapi ketika kita berbicara soal keadilan, selalu ada hambatan, bahkan selalu ada usaha-usaha untuk menggagalkan upaya-upaya menegakkan keadilan. 10 tahun awal setelah kejatuhan Soeharto, beragam kisah yang selama 32 tahun tersembunyi mulai terungkap. Semua rahasia dan yang dirahasiakan selama Orde Baru telah menjadi pengetahuan umum. Setelah itu ada begitu banyak diskusi mengenai peristiwa 65, dan dalam setiap diskusi tersebut kita selalu membicarakan rahasia umum tentang siapa yang menjadi korban, siapa yang menjadi pelaku, berapa jumlah korban, apa yang terjadi para penyintas, dan sebagainya dan sebagainya. Namun menurut saya hal yang penting setelah kita bicara tentang semua temuan-temuan yang kita temukan dalam 10 sampai dengan 15 tahun terakhir adalah menegakkan keadilan yang seakan-akan selama ini terabaikan atau mungkin disengaja diabaikan oleh negara. Upaya menegakkan keadilan bagi para penyintas, bagi para korban yang sudah meninggal dan keluarganya selalu gagal. Oleh karena itu, kita harus bertanya tentang apa yang akan kita lakukan ke depan setelah ini. Saya khawatir waktu berjalan semakin cepat, para penyintas dan keluarga korban semakin sepuh, sementara generasi-generasi baru lahir dan perlahan mulai lupa pada apa yang terjadi pada masa lalu. Penguasa-penguasa baru bermunculan dan semakin abai pada apa yang terjadi pada tahun 1965 sampai dengan 69. Bagaimanapun penegakan keadilan menyoal peristiwa 65-69 berkaitan erat dengan situasi politik mutakhir. Keadaan seperti ini tak akan bisa berubah selama penguasa yang dipilih rakyat dalam pemilihan umum tidak berpihak pada keadilan dan masih dipengaruhi oleh stigma negatif komunisme yang dibangun oleh Orde Baru, atau malah jadi bagian dari tindakan pelanggaran HAM itu sendiri. Yang juga menjadi perhatian saya adalah ternyata trauma dan juga stigma negatif yang diberikan oleh Orde Baru tidak hanya diderita atau dikatakan dalam tanda kutip diidap oleh masyarakat Indonesia pada umumnya, tapi juga ada beberapa yang saya temu di kalangan survivor dan keluarga korban. Ketika saya melakukan wawancara, saya tanya apakah Bapak anggota PKI? Bukan, saya bukan PKI, saya hanya dituduh komunis. Sehingga ada semacam makna di balik itu bahwa komunis memang salah dan PKI memang salah. Ketika saya mencari tahu lagi ke sumber lain, jawaban pun tetap sama bahwa saya bukan anggota ataupun saya bukan PKI. Sehingga saya kebingungan mencari siapa sebetulnya PKI. Jadi siapa sebetulnya yang komunis? Ketika semua orang bahkan yang dipenjara selama belasan tahun itu tidak pernah mau mengakui bahwa dia bukan, dan dengan ada semacam perasaan takut. Ketika saya di Purwodadi, saya mewawancarai seorang saksi, anaknya teriak dari dalam rumah, "Bapak nggak ngerti apa-apa, Bapak saya bukan PKI." Padahal ini jelas-jelas di penjara. Nah, ini saya kira kesuksesan dari pemerintah Orde Baru bagaimana membuat komunisme dan PKI menjadi katakanlah setan yang sangat menakutkan, sehingga mereka yang ditahan pun berlomba-lomba untuk tidak mengaku. Dalam sebuah talkshow televisi waktu itu, seorang presenter TV mengatakan kepada seorang ibu, "Tapi ibu bukan PKI." Ibu itu menjawab, "Bukan, saya bukan komunis, saya tidak tahu apa-apa, saya hanya di penjara." Muncul di situ. Kemudian saya bilang, kalaupun PKI, kalaupun komunis, kalau memang tidak bersalah, kenapa? Ini juga satu persoalan. Jadi kalau kita berbicara tentang 65, sementara banyak juga di antara penyintas, banyak juga keluarga korban yang seperti dalam tanda kutip buru-buru mencuci tangannya sendiri bahwa dia bukan PKI atau komunis. Sehingga yang muncul di kepala orang yang justru mungkin berseberangan dengan kita bahwa komunis memang salah. Dan orang-orang yang ditangkap dan dibunuh adalah orang-orang yang dituduh. Dan saya kira ini yang menjadikan upaya untuk menegakkan keadilan selalu mentok. Tahun 2007, saya agak lari sebentar, tahun 2007 ada pelarangan terhadap 5 buku kalau tidak salah. 3 buku mengenai Papua, 2 buku mengenai Islam, 2 buku mengenai Papua, 2 buku mengenai Islam, dan 1 John Rosa. Kemudian dilarang. Dari 5 buku itu saya menarik kesimpulan ada 3 persoalan yang sedang dihadapi Republik ini. Pertama adalah separatisme, kedua adalah terorisme, dan ketiga adalah komunisme. 2 buku yang dilarang itu bisa diselesaikan dengan mencabut Perpres yang membuat si Kejaksaan Agung melakukan pelarangan itu. Tapi 1 buku terakhir John Rosa ada induk peraturan yang MPRS nomor 25 tahun 66. Sehingga apapun yang dilakukan terhadap peraturan-peraturan di bawahnya, terhadap pelarangan buku itu, kalau dibalikan ke MPRS nomor 25 tahun 66, ini dilarang. Sehingga kita selalu ada halangan untuk membicarakan ini secara terbuka dan equal dan setara. Sementara kita memasuki alam demokrasi, ada 1 kelompok yang masih dihalangi, yang masih 1 ideologi yang tidak dikasih keran untuk terbuka dengan peraturan tersebut. Bagaimana kemudian kita bisa berbicara tentang rekonsiliasi sementara tidak ada kesetaraan di semua pihak? Karena sudah diperingati, saya langsung kebut saja. Karena itu, untuk mengatasi kebutuhan ini, beberapa kali usaha gagal pengadilan, beberapa kali upaya untuk menegakkan keadilan gagal. Saya ingat class action tahun 2005 ditolak pengadilan. Ada beberapa keberhasilan, tapi sifatnya masih individual, artinya sekeluarga atau korban, Bu Nani Nurani, menuntut itu dimenangkan, tapi tidak secara bersamaan. Memang ada kabar sangat menggembirakan dari Palu misalkan, yang ternyata pemerintah di sana memberikan ruang yang luas untuk terbukanya rekonsiliasi. Oleh karena itu saya langsung saja pada ide. Tadi Bang Fai sudah cerita tentang apa yang terjadi di Guatemala. Kebetulan saya juga mengutip kasus yang sama. Jadi pada 16 April yang lalu, Pedro Chavez Brito, itu salah satu saksi dan juga survivor, dihadirkan untuk memberikan kesaksian di dalam persidangan karena ibu, kakak, dan adik perempuannya dibunuh oleh tentara zaman Rios Mong waktu itu. Mereka berhasil karena punya apa yang disebut Komisi Klarifikasi Sejarah dengan sponsor PBB. Nah, ide ini sebetulnya sejarah dengan apa yang pernah dikemukakan oleh Pak Hasbi Warman Adam tentang Komisi Nasional Sejarah. Namun di dalam tulisannya Pak Hasbi tahun 2003 kalau nggak salah mengalami 1 problem kelembagaan, artinya mandatnya mau dari mana. Jadi kita tidak berhasil dengan KKR. Guatemala Komisi Klarifikasi Sejarah ini berfungsi sebagai KKR. Nah, di Indonesia kata Pak Hasbi persoalannya adalah mau dari mana, seperti Komnas HAM dengan undang-undang atau dia usul dengan instruksi presiden yang dibiayai kemudian oleh APBN. Namun saya ingin sedikit memodifikasi idenya Pak Hasbi untuk memutus kebuntuan ini. Bagaimana kalau kita mulai sekarang berusaha untuk membentuk 1 komisi klarifikasi sejarah yang seperti apa yang dilakukan oleh Kak Seto, Komnas Anak. Dia tidak menggunakan undang-undang, juga tidak ada sangkut paut dengan presiden, tapi dia bekerja terus. Dan pembiayaannya mungkin kita bisa gunakan swadaya. Yang penting Komisi Klarifikasi Sejarah ini bekerja. Tidak mengulangi pekerjaan yang ada, tapi menggunakan apa yang sudah ditemukan oleh semua kawan-kawan di seluruh Indonesia tentang fakta-fakta kejahatan kemanusiaan masa lalu untuk kemudian bekerja. Dan di dalam komisi ini secara teknis memang ada jurnalis, ahli hukum, sejarawan, semua orang yang punya kepentingan, sehingga terus-menerus memberikan kampanye tentang apa yang terjadi tahun 65, dan itu juga sudah dilakukan sebetulnya oleh teman-teman syarikat misalkan. Jadi ini untuk memutus kebutuhan. Dan kemudian dikit lagi loh, di persoalan tadi juga pernah disebut oleh Bapak adalah mewajarkan. Sebetulnya ini juga tidak punya argumentasi yang kuat jika dikatakan bahwa orang-orang komunis yang dibunuh tidak bertuhan, tidak beragama. Dalam riset saya menemukan berbuat masjid itu ikut dibunuh. Kemudian guru-guru sekolah Katolik juga ada yang dibunuh. Jadi argumentasinya juga bisa dipatahkan kalau soal aspek moralitas seperti itu ya. Kemudian yang kedua adalah mewajarkan karena apa yang terjadi pada tahun 48. Kebutuhan dialog itu adalah kita belum punya riset yang mendalam tentang apa yang terjadi pada tahun 48 di Madiun dari level konflik masyarakat. Apa yang kita ada adalah bukunya Henschwitz kalau nggak salah, itu pun hanya bicara menjelaskan apa yang terjadi di level elit yang kemudian mendorong terjadinya peristiwa Madiun tahun 48. Sementara riset-riset yang mendalam tentang apa yang terjadi di level masyarakat, apakah di sana ada saling bunuh, apakah ada pembantaian, berapa yang mati, itu tidak ada. Sehingga ketika diskusi atau debat atau dialog tentang kenapa tahun 65 dibunuh, karena 48 apa sama, nggak ada bukti. Karena masing-masing bilang, Pak Sumarsono bilang itu tawuran, konflik dua belah pihak. Kemudian komunis dibunuh oleh TNI. Tidak ada. Jadi mungkin juga kepada teman-teman yang muda mungkin bisa juga melakukan riset 48 dan lebih bawah lagi. Karena di sana diklaim bahwa yang membunuh adalah PKI terhadap Kiai. Walaupun sesudahnya orang komunis banyak juga yang dibunuh oleh militer. Saya kira itu aja. Nanti berkembang di diskusi. Terima kasih.
Baik, terima kasih. Sekarang masih ada waktu sekitar 10 sampai 13 menit mungkin untuk rekan Stanley menyampaikan makalahnya. Silakan.
Baik, saya tidak punya waktu cukup panjang untuk menjelaskan semua hal, saya ingin poin-poin saja. Jadi begini, saya menganggap penyelidikan Komnas HAM ya, penyelidikan berjudisial mengenai peristiwa 65 itu penting. Karena dalam catatan saya ketika saya di Komnas HAM, saya mencoba mengambil seluruh laporan tim dan membandingkan 8 laporan yang pernah dibentuk oleh Komnas HAM. Ya. Laporan tim berjudisial, ada peristiwa tim 99, ada Tanjung Priok, ada Trisakti Semanggi 1, Semanggi 2, ada Mei 98, ada kasus Taman Sari 89, ada penghilangan orang secara paksa, ada kasus penembakan misterius, ada kasus 65. Kasus 65 ini yang kalau kita lihat Undang-Undang 26, elemen-elemen kejahatannya, crimes against humanity-nya lengkap. Cuma satu saja, kejahatan apartheid tidak terpenuhi. Jadi 9 dari 10 elemen kejahatan yang ada di dalam kejahatan terhadap manusia di dalam Undang-Undang 26 itu terpenuhi. Nomor 2, Timor Timur. Di Timor Timur itu terjadi juga cukup lengkap. Kalau misalnya penembakan misterius, ya tidak terjadi penculikannya terjadi, penghilangan orang secara paksa, tapi tidak terjadi perbudakan, tidak terjadi kejahatan seksual misalnya. Demikian juga misalnya peristiwa Mei, ada perkosaannya, tapi penyiksaannya tidak ada. Kasusnya Trisakti juga, demikian penghilangan paksa juga demikian. Nah, dia dari elemen kejahatan, kalau kita mau menguji bagaimana hukum kita bekerja, kasus ini adalah kasus yang paling berat dan ini menjadi batu ujian kita untuk bangsa kita, apakah kita bisa menyelesaikan kasus-kasus ini atau tidak, karena barangkali ini bisa menjadi referensi untuk mengadili kasus-kasus yang lain. Yang kedua, di dalam hukum pengadilan pelanggaran HAM berat masa lalu yang terjadi sebelum 23 September tahun 2000, di mana Undang-Undang 26 2000 dinyatakan berlaku, itu ada ketentuan ini disebut sebagai pelanggaran HAM berat masa lalu. Nah, kalau pelanggaran HAM berat masa lalu, karena di dalam konstitusi dikatakan non-derogable rights itu adalah orang tidak boleh dikenai hukum yang diperlakukan secara suruh.
Hukum itu hanya boleh ketika sekarang ditetapkan maju ke depan, tidak boleh ke belakang. Nah, di dalam Undang-Undang 26 ini, kejahatan masa lalu boleh diadili. Dan di dalam serious crime itu ada yang namanya istilah no safe haven. Tidak ada tempat yang aman untuk kejahatan terhadap kemanusiaan. Nah, karena itulah butuh restu seluruh rakyat Indonesia. Siapa representasi? Parlemen, DPR. Nah, di sini dia crowd-nya. Penyelidikan Komnas HAM disandarkan kepada penyidik. Penyidik mengatakan untuk belum ada pengadilan HAM ad hoc-nya. Kalau kami ingin melakukan penyitaan, kami ingin memeriksa jenderal, apa mandatnya? Kami ingin ada pengadilan HAM-nya dulu. Yang jadi pertanyaan, hasil penyidikan Komnas HAM tidak pernah diperiksa oleh DPR. Karena DPR-nya aneh-aneh kan. Nanti kalau dikasih DPR kemudian menyimpulkan tidak ada pelanggaran HAM berat seperti Trisakti Semanggi 1, Semanggi 2. Ini jadi pertanyaan. Mereka itu lembaga politik, bukan lembaga penyelidik. Mereka tidak tahu hukum acara dan mereka tidak punya kewenangan melakukan penyidikan perselisihan. Kok bisa menetapkan ini bukan pelanggaran HAM berat? Harusnya jaksa. Nah, di sini bencilang sekarutnya. Ya. Nah, sekali lagi ini berita buruk untuk kita semua. Pada tanggal 12 Agustus setelah cuti lebaran yang lalu, untuk kedua kalinya berkas penyelidikan Komnas HAM dikembalikan oleh Kejaksaan Agung ke kantor Komnas HAM. Tidak banyak yang tahu ini. Komnas HAM mungkin juga menutup ini karena takut kalau ada demo-demo dari para survivor atau organisasi korban. Tapi menurut ini tidak bisa dibiarkan. Kenapa? Karena Presiden pada tanggal 13 Mei 2011 ketika menerima audiensi rombongan Komnas HAM, saya ikut di dalam rombongan Komnas HAM, menyatakan pemerintah akan mencoba mencari jalan keluar menyelesaikan seluruh pelanggaran HAM berat yang pernah diselidiki oleh Komnas HAM. Tapi kita tahu kan Presiden ngomongnya bagus-bagus, menyenangkan semua orang, tapi hasilnya ya gampang-gampang juga. Nah, follow up dari itu kan saya tegaskan. Saya minta kesempatan untuk menyampaikan sesuatu kepada Presiden dan dipersilahkan. Dan Presiden kemudian meminta kepada Pak Joko Suyanto selaku Menko Polhukam. Dia katakan, Pak Joko, Anda wakili pemerintah, Anda membentuk tim yang terintegrasi bertemu dengan Komnas HAM. Artinya tidak ada lempar-lemparan berkas lagi. Kita cari solusinya seperti apa. Nah, yang menarik adalah saya coba melacak sekarang saya sudah di Komnas HAM. Apa sih yang menjadi dasar pengembalian berkas ini? Ada dua hal. Pertama adalah alasan formil, yang kedua adalah alasan material. Alasan material mengatakan begini, Jaksa Agung. Komnas HAM selaku penyelidik belum memeriksa pelakunya. Pelakunya sudah pada dipanggil sama Yang Maha Kuasa. Apakah kita perlu memanggil dengan cara spiritual pemeriksaannya? Karena ada ilmunya, ada bisa dipertanggungjawabkan itu ya. Tapi kan tidak mungkin secara prestis ya, bagaimana penyumpahannya, bagaimana tanda tangannya. Nah, yang lain adalah kita minta kepada Jaksa Agung, kami tugasnya adalah menemukan indikasi awal pelanggaran HAM berat. Tugas Anda memanggil orang-orang yang masih hidup untuk melakukan cross check. Karena misalnya kalau orang berdasarkan hukum pidana kan cuma hanya melihat misalnya ada pembunuhan. Pembunuhan itu yang dilihat apakah ada korban. Apakah ada peristiwa pembunuhannya. Yang lain kemudian dicari siapa pelakunya. Apakah ada intent pembunuhan. Apakah ada niat jahat melakukan pembunuhan, mensrea. Itu kemudian dikaitkan. Maka nanti akan muncul, oh ini pelakunya. Nah begini, tadi ada perdebatan kan mengatakan bahwa ini kok hanya Komnas HAM sepertinya membela PKI. Kenapa kejahatan dulu terhadap yang dilakukan PKI terhadap kelompok-kelompok agama tidak pernah diperiksa oleh Komnas HAM? Kita mengatakan itu masalah konflik horizontal, di mana negara tidak berperan. Tapi dalam peristiwa 65, sangat transparan negara berperan dan institusi Kopkamtib harus bertanggung jawab. Kenapa? Karena pembunuhan, pengebunan, penghilangan orang secara paksa itu dilakukan di detention center yang menjadi kewenangan negara. Ada tempat-tempat tahanan, ada penjara. Orang dibunuh di sana, orang diperkosa di sana, orang dibom dan tidak pernah pulang. Itu harusnya aparat negara memberikan perlindungan kepada semua orang yang ditahan sampai dia diadili dan dihukum. Tidak boleh ada orang ngebon kemudian diserahkan saja kepada ngebon dan tidak dikembalikan. Ya. Yang lain adalah di detention center yang informal, yaitu sekolah-sekolah Tionghoa yang kemudian dijadikan tempat-tempat tahanan. Yang sangat terkenal itu Jalan Gandhi yang sekarang sudah menjadi pertukuan ya, jadi mall di Medan itu. Nah menurut saya begini, bagaimana menangani kasus ini? Menurut saya kalau ingin menyelesaikan 65, ya, penyelesaian secara sosial, secara kemasyarakatan dengan cara berdialog, fine-fine saja, silakan lakukan. Tapi kalau kita mau bicara negara harus mengambil langkah-langkah hukum. Kenapa ini? Karena menyangkut pemulihan hak-hak sipil warga negara. Mereka pernah dicabut keluarga negara. Mereka yang di luar negeri bisa pulang atau tidak? Bukan dengan cara silaturahmi. So, silakan pulang, nggak bisa. Imigrasi kan pegangan Anda punya paspor atau tidak. Selama pemerintah Indonesia tidak mengeluarkan paspor, mereka yang exile di luar tidak pernah bisa pulang. Bagaimana dengan hak yang harta bendanya diambil? Bagaimana dengan anak yang kehilangan bapaknya? Surat kematiannya kan tidak pernah dibuang. Ya, karena korban itu hilang itu pernah anaknya mau menikah di Arab Saudi. Dia sudah menjadi TKW di sana. Mau menikah. Nah kalau menikah itu kan harus dinikahkan oleh bapaknya. Kan tidak mungkin keluarga atau istri dari suami yang dihilangkan datang ke pengadilan negeri, Pak, tolong keluarkan surat bahwa status suami saya hilang. Tidak ada status itu di catatan sipil. Yang ada adalah lahir dan mati atau kawin itu dikeluarkan catatan sipil. Ya, di luar itu dia bisa. Akhirnya apa? Komnas yang membuatkan surat dan bisa menikah di Arab Saudi di Riyadh. Tidak ada persoalan perdata yang harus dihidupkan, ya dipulihkan. Dan tadi yang dicerikan oleh teman kita, file masih kecil kasusnya. Ada satu kasus besar, kasus ini dibawa ke Jenek. Mulai zamannya Komnas HAM dibawa Pak Joko, dibawa Pak Baharudin Lopa, bolak-balik sampai terakhir Abdul Hakim Dogan Nusantara, Ifdal Kasim saya menangani. Namanya adalah Edi Tanuni Harja atau Tan Ingko. Dia adalah anggota dari Partai Nahdlatul Ulama. Dia sahabatnya Pak Kiai Saiku dan Pak Idam Khalil. Ya. Ketika peristiwa 65, dia dijebak seolah-olah dia komunis, lantas dia tidak boleh pulang karena waktu itu membantu Soekarno untuk mencari beras di Myanmar. Ya. Nah, dia bertahan 1 tahun di luar negeri, tinggal di Singapura, harta bendanya diambil, pabrik teh, perkebunan teh di puncak semua diambil. Dilelang oleh negara, uangnya masuk ke kas negara. Dia menggugat ketika zaman Megawati, menang keputusan Mahkamah Agung, ya, dibentuk tim yang harus membayar. Timnya dipimpin oleh Pak Budiono, sekarang Wapres. Waktu itu masih Menko, atau Ikuin. Ya. Tim 1 tahun tim bekerja, timnya mengatakan surat-suratnya sekarang tidak ada, jadi negara tidak bisa membayar. Orang menyita kan nggak tanya suratnya mana, saya sitanya dibuat legalisasi bahwa tanda terima ini disita kan tidak diambil aja. Mau istri-istri orang aja juga diambil kok. Ya. Nah, orang ini menggugat, menang, tidak bisa dieksekusi keputusannya. Mengadu ke International Parliament Union di Geneva, bertemu dengan Pak Agung Laksono waktu ketua DPR, MPR DPR, dibawa ke kementerian, dibawa ke Kemlu, tidak selesai juga. Ibu Sri Mulyani mengatakan waktu saya panggil bahwa dia Menteri Keuangan, pemerintahnya bisa membayar 9 kg emas. Saya hitung 9 kg emas kira-kira dulu 1,4 miliar. Jauh dari nilai perampasan itu karena ada rumah di Hang Tua, di Kebayoran Baru, di Menteng, yang juga diambil diduduki tentara semua. Nah, Pak Edi kemudian menggunakan, dulu banyak dibantu oleh mantan Presiden Gus Dur, itu proses untuk bagaimana hukumnya ini di-backup, apalagi beliau mantan anggota NU di MPR ya, dari putusan golongan. Nah, ada lembaga appraisal dari Singapura menghitung kira-kira 5 tahun yang lalu, pemerintah harus mengembalikan seluruh kekayaan ini dengan biaya depresiasinya segala, kira-kira 7 triliun rupiah. Karena itu pemerintah sampai sekarang menolak. Orang misalnya sekarang sudah 92 tahun, masih datang sering ke Komnas HAM pakai tongkat dan mencari keadilan di mana lagi, sudah sampai Mahkamah Agung. Saya bawa rapat bertemu dengan Pak Menko Polhukam, tidak ada solusi. Nah sekarang begini, di dalam pertemuan tanggal 13 Mei 2011, saya minta waktu pada Presiden dan saya katakan, Pak Presiden, saya mohon maaf kalau saya lancang, tapi saya ingin menyampaikan sesuatu. Saya mohon Bapak selaku kepala negara bisa membuat milestone dengan cara menyelesaikan seluruh kasus-kasus pelanggaran HAM berat masa lalu. Karena menurut saya Pak Presiden kan tidak punya beban karena 2014 tidak akan nanti dicalonkan menjadi presiden. Sekarang waktunya menyelesaikan. Atau Bapak memilih mewariskan kepada pengganti Bapak. Kalau saya selaku orang Komnas HAM menganjurkan Bapak bisa menyelesaikan sekarang. Nah, waktu itu Presiden ngomong, tolong bantu carikan jalannya. Oke, kita membentuk tim, membuat jalannya, kita usulkan. Kita sampaikan pada Presiden. Tidak ada follow-up sampai saya meninggalkan Komnas HAM. Ya. Dan sekarang berkas itu dikembalikan. Ini menunjukkan bahwa langkah hukum itu sepertinya ya sama-sama, tapi ada peluang. Kenapa itu terjadi? Ya. Ketika periode Agustus 16 Agustus 2011 dan 16 Agustus 2012, saya itu menunggu draft pidato Presiden. Biasanya kalau Presiden mau pidato, 2 minggu sebelumnya diedarkan ke lembaga-lembaga negara. Kita masukkan, kita boleh nambahi, mengurangi. Nah saya ngomong sama dia, kalau diizinkan, saya ingin menambahkan permintaan maaf terhadap seluruh korban pelanggaran HAM berat yang terjadi di masa lalu. Dan pidato kenegaraan 16 Agustus 2011. Saya tunggu, tidak ada apa-apa. 17 Agustus 2012, ini masa terakhir saya di Komnas HAM, tunggu juga, tidak terjadi apa-apa. Saya masih tanda tanya, apakah ini menunjukkan bahwa jalan itu sudah tertutup rapat? Atau jalan itu masih ada, tergantung dari kita, bagaimana bersama-sama membuka jalan itu supaya lebih lebar. Ya. Ingat bahwa pada akhir Juli, Komnas HAM mengetok laporan penyelidikan mengenai kejahatan 65, disampaikan dan berkumpul sejumlah jenderal dan sejumlah tokoh-tokoh agama Bandung, dan kemudian mengirim delegasi kepada Presiden dan menyatakan, Presiden, kami harap Anda tidak pernah meminta maaf kepada kelompok komunis. Apakah ini jadi penyebabnya sehingga agenda-agenda seperti itu terbengkalai? Saya tidak tahu. Mungkin nanti bisa tanya jawab.
Terima kasih kepada Mas Stanley atas presentasinya yang sangat menarik. Sedikit catatan tentang laporan Komnas HAM itu memang yang asli itu tebal sekali, tapi ada eksekutif summary-nya. Kira-kira berapa lama? 150-an gitu kalau nggak salah. Itu sedang dikumpulkan dan disatukan dengan laporan yang dibuat Pak Asfi dan kawan-kawan dari tahun 2003 kalau nggak salah, dan rencananya bulan depan akan diterbitkan, judulnya Luka Bangsa, Luka Kita, pelanggaran HAM masa lalu dan tawaran rekonsiliasi. Sekarang sedang dalam proses dan sudah hampir jadi, di mana Mas Stanley juga nulis di sana memberikan konteks dan sebagainya. Saya tidak tahu bagaimana panitia, apakah ada waktu tanya jawab atau langsung ke Joshua ini. Bagaimana teman-teman di Melbourne? Oke, oh ternyata masih ada waktu sampai 3.30, jadi masih ada sekitar 10 menit lagi. Kami beri kesempatan untuk 2 pertanyaan. Kalau mau, satu lagi mungkin nanti menyusul. Silakan ke depan Pak, dan nanti disebutkan namanya dan sebagainya. Oh gitu, sorry tadi. Dia bilang sudah 10.
Terima kasih. Mundur. Oke. kepada beliau semua yang lain. Cuma ada catatan yang saya lakukan. Catatan buat Mas Irma. Bali tidak punya gubernur yang namanya bupati.
Bupati.
Gubernurnya Sutejo.
Setuju.
Sekian, terima kasih.
Salah.
Baik, terima kasih. Ini bagian dari penggalian kebenaran itu tadi ya. Jadi sudah terima kasih Pak sudah melaksanakan idenya.
Diterima koreksinya sah.
Sah. Baik, berarti ada kesempatan lagi untuk penanya berikut, Mas Bambang lagi sama ya nanti ketiga.
Nggak usah dianggap. Tadi nggak usah dianggap pertanyaan.
Oh, enggak koreksi aja. Ya oke, dua lagi nanti Mas Bambang sama. Mungkin agak singkat ya.
Terima kasih. Permintaan maaf Presiden. Saya melihat bahwa kalaupun Presiden minta maaf, itu menyebabkan masalah baru. Karena Pramudia sebagai salah satu korban pernah mengatakan menolak kalau Presiden negara minta maaf. Enak aja kita sudah menderita, minta maaf enaknya. Ini negara halal bihalal macam itu. Jadi kebesaran jiwa dari yang memberi maaf dan yang meminta maaf itu perlu didialogkan supaya ketemu dalam frekuensi yang sama. Kedua, mengenai kejahatan oleh negara tahun 65. Menurut bacaan saya tahun 65, kejahatan itu bukan oleh negara, tetapi terjadi yang namanya anarki kekuasaan, di mana yang jahat bukan negara, karena penguasa negara waktu Soekarno tetap dengan gaya oratornya yang sangat hebat memprotes. Ada mayat di sana, ada mayat di sini. Bagaimana ini? Bagaimana disuruh begitu? Jadi Soekarno sebagai presiden waktu itu tetap memprotes tentang kejahatan itu. Jadi yang jalan sendiri adalah angkatan darat. Jadi kejahatan yang diadukan, yang harus menjadi problem adalah bagaimana kita mengkomunikasikan berangkatan darat. Setuju nggak kalau Anda kami tuduh sebagai pelaku kejahatan orang jangan negara dulu, karena penguasa negara waktu itu Soekarno memprotes terhadap apa yang dilakukan oleh Sarum Edi dan kawan-kawan yang menjadi algoritma itu. Nah, jadi ini mohon dikatakan. Dan saya kira pilihan kita waktu tahun 65 itu antara tiga, menjadi sekutu kapitalis bersatu dengan fasis melawan komunisme. Musuh waktu itu. Kalau tahun 45 itu kebalik. Jadi sekutu artinya negara-negara barat kapitalis itu bersekutu dengan komunisme Stalin melawan fasisme Jerman. Jadi ada pergeseran antara tiga kekuatan itu, negara demokrasi versus sekutu bersama dengan Stalin memerangi Hitler, fasisme. Dan kita di tahun 65 seperti masuk dalam terowongan sejarah tiga hal itu, menjadi negara demokrasi atau sekutu atau kapitalisme, katakan begitu, melawan komunisme demi fasisme Orde Baru, itu kata beberapa orang. Saya kira singkat saja. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Untuk tanya berikut silakan. Sambil menunggu penanya berikut, saya ingin minta sedikit aplaus untuk ibu-ibu kita di depan ini dan para penjelas lain yang sudah pejuang-pejuang kita yang harus kita akui. Ya, penanya kedua nanti kalau saat ada waktu, penanya ketiga. Silakan, tolong sebutkan nama dan identitasnya.
Saya siswa Santoso. Hari ini datang ke Jakarta dari Jogja. Kebetulan sedang liburan. Jadi Ibu Anjal Mari Bapak-Bapak, saudara-saudara pembicara saya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya terangsang dengan presentasi terakhir dari kawan-kawan ini, mengajak dan ke depan, mengajak untuk memperhatikan faktor kultural, juga memberikan harapan masih ada celah-celah yang bisa selalu kita masuki. Untuk itu saya memberanikan diri mensosialisasikan sebuah inisiatif muncul dari negeri Belanda, tepatnya dieksplorasikan oleh Mbak Bosya dan Gaza Sultan. Idenya demikian. Kita di luar negeri melihat film The Act of Killing bersama dengan kawan-kawan luar negeri juga. Mungkin ya, karena sudah ada faktor kultural yang membuat mereka tidak bisa mendiamkan hal-hal ini sangat eksklusif, sangat publik, menyatakan bangga, menyatakan tidak bersalah, melakukan kejahatan yang luar biasa itu, bahkan tambah sekali ada elemen-elemen negara yang melindungi. Kemudian muncul inisiatif karena tidak mau mendiamkan, dan karena terinspirasi juga oleh kerja-kerja Komnas HAM yang mengalami kemacetan di dalam negeri karena state memang tidak ada willingness, kapasitas sebetulnya ada, tapi tidak ada willingness-nya, kapasitasnya tidak jalan. Inisiatifnya adalah menggelar sebuah pengadilan rakyat. Nah, untuk itu juga saya mencoba mensosialisasikan pada kawan-kawan penyintas sesuatu ini untuk menerima masukan-masukan itu. Alangkah baiknya juga ini bisa dipertimbangkan oleh dari kawan-kawan juga.
Ya.
Yang pertanyaan mungkin permintaan.
Ya, ya. Terima kasih Pak Suswo. Oke, kesempatan terakhir ingin kami berikan kepada Pak Tan Swiling juga. Welcome, selamat datang untuk siapa? Oh ya, peserta kita dari Copenhagen. Oh, sedang sibuk. Chatting. Ya, nanti Pak Tan Swiling boleh. Beliau juga menulis buku mengenai 65. Seorang penyintas juga. Mungkin agak singkat, Pak.
Nama saya Tan Swiling. Saya adalah salah seorang dari ratusan orang yang tidak pernah bersih. Kalau diberlakukan sebagai apa? Hak. Yang boleh ditambah, dipelihara. Apa perlakuan pasti? Itulah perlakuan yang pernah saya terima di negeri ini. Kemudian saya tertarik oleh pembicaraan tadi karena masih ada celah. Maka saya ngomong, yang perlu kita cari itu sebetulnya peristiwa ini setelah terjadi yang pasti tidak bisa ya untuk orang mati orang itu petani yang kita kali bicara orang yang akan hidup dan masih akan hidup. Jadi untuk itu yang jadi persoalan adalah peristiwa ini yang susah itu diurus apa. Nah, kalau boleh Bapak-bapak sekalian pertimbangkan, kalau boleh Bapak-bapak sekalian ini menyetujui, saya katakan bahwa peristiwa ini dalam hari ini menjadi itu kan ada 25 itu. Jadi segala yang namanya rekonsiliasi tidak jalan, segala yang namanya yang lain-lain macet, itu persoalannya adalah karena. Nah sekarang kita ini dikatakan negeri terbesar 3 sebagai negeri demokrasi. Apakah kita tidak bisa memanfaatkan nama besar negeri besar ini dalam hal mengurus negeri ini? Kalau benar-benar kita hitam putih mengakui ini negeri demokrasi, coba jalankan. Yang mungkin ada negeri ini
boleh bersuara diam. Jadi kalau begitu, salah satu jalan, marilah di samping yang sudah kita jalankan terus kita perbaiki, tapi kemudian kita tekankan lagi, bagaimana ibu-ibu yang tiap kemis payungan itu bisa bersedia menuntut tentang dicabutnya atau dibongkarnya TAP 25 itu. Saya yakin kalau demokrasi dibuka, jadi di sini tidak ada larangan lagi tentang orang yang disebut komunis, negeri ini selesai. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Baik, terima kasih. Apakah masih ada waktu untuk pembicara menanggapi atau bagaimana?
Harus tangan.
Hah? Sudah jelas ya? Sudah lurus semua kata Pak. Jadi silakan jawab masing-masing nanti di rumah. Baik, sekarang sesi ini selesai. Pak Jin dihubungi.
Pak Jin, Mr. Jin, Mr. Jin. Mr. Jin.
Yes, we will start the program.
Yes, join it, Mr.
Enggak, yang dari Copenhagen tidak bisa ikut, jadi sekarang diganti oleh Ariel. Nanti kita sambung dengan Copenhagen.
Oke, sekarang apa Pak?
Sekarang kita melanjutkan dari Melbourne.
Oke.
Yes.
Bapak, tutup ya?
Baik, terima kasih. Dengan demikian sesi kita sudah selesai. Akan dilanjutkan dengan sesi dari oleh teman-teman dari Melbourne. Para peserta utara, saya balik.
Tolong di mute Pak Agus.
Oke, overhand ke sana ya. Oke.
Thank you. For our final panel is entitled After the Act of Killing. So in this panel we're going to be reflecting on the film, but also the stories behind this film. And so we're changing our order a little bit. Thank you to Ariel for being flexible. Ariel Yuyanto is Associate Professor in Indonesian Studies at the Australian National University, and he is author of State Terrorism and Political Identity, Fatally Belonging, as well as co-editor of many other books on Indonesia, and is very well known in Indonesia, of course, as a writer as well. So I'd like to hand over to Ariel, who's going to talk about... Joshua's logging in, what? Sorry. We're just waiting for confirmation about whether Joshua will be online in Copenhagen. Sorry, Ariel.
Sorry.
Oh, you should be on the meeting. I don't know. Have you got the right? Dria Kara Dua. Are you in the second one here?
Yeah, the guy from...
Yeah.
Pak Agus dari Copenhagen akan masuk.
Dria Kara 2.
Oke, Pak. Silakan.
Aha, there. Great.
Okay.
Great. Okay, I'm going to put down the phone.
Okay, welcome Copenhagen, welcome Joshua. We just introduced your panel, Joshua, and I introduced that we'll be talking about the film, but also the stories behind the film. So we'd like to welcome Joshua Oppenheimer, as you all know, co-director with Anonymous and Christine Sin of The Act of Killing. Maybe not all of you also know that Joshua has also written about 1965. He's co-editor of the recent book Killer Images, in which Ariel also has a chapter, and Joshua has also written a PhD thesis called Show of Force, Film, Ghosts and Genres, Historical Performance in the Indonesian Genocide. So I'd now like to hand over to Jessica, who's going to start with a few questions to Joshua, and then we'll open it up to the audience. Thank you. Thank you for being with us. We still got you?
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. Welcome to After the Act of Killing. It's been 6 months since we first showed. I'm not sure about you, but I don't think any of us could have predicted the massive impact that it would have, bringing the attention of the world to 65, but also within the field of 65 studies. What are some of the most important shifts that you can see that have occurred since the release of the film?
In Indonesia or outside of Indonesia?
Around the world, you've been traveling everywhere.
I mean, of course, in terms of the world's awareness of 65, people have started talking about mass killing that has been all but forgotten. And people, interestingly, have started to talk about why the killing has been forgotten. Of course, there have been scholars exploring this, but in wider area. How's my sound? Can you hear me, Jess?
It's good.
Okay, good. Just tell me if it falls apart. So, of course, the awareness has been amazing, and really to see, particularly in the United States, in the UK, in Australia, the hunger for audiences to understand how their own governments have been complicit in creating the events of 1965 and creating the genocide, in supporting the military throughout its campaign. So Errol Morris has popularized some of Bradley Simpson and John Rousse's scholarship about the origins of the events. It's been really transformative. But I think, in some ways, the most important thing is that people around the world have come to recognize, look, we know these things happen. We know that 1965 is not a unique case. It's happened again and again and again throughout the global South, engineered or with the support of Western governments. And people all over certainly the Western countries where I've shown the film, have made those connections and have seen, wait, this is not something, we maybe didn't know about this particular genocide, but we know that this is what our governments create, and that this underpins a global misorder in which people who make everything we buy are too afraid to get the human, or too suppressed to get the human costs of everything we buy included in the price tag that we pay. So this has somehow led to a lot of soul searching in the West, where before people say, oh, Anwar is a monster, and reassure themselves in saying that they are not monsters. Before that, they say, wait a moment, we are dependent for our everyday living on monsters like Anwar. And we know that these men keep us alive in the current global misorder. And in that sense, to what extent are we all implicated? To what extent are we all monsters?
I guess the question then is, if we know about these things, what should we do about them?
I think that maybe that inspires me to answer your first question in a different way too. I think that the thing we must overcome is fear. Fear can take many forms. Scholars can be fearful of losing their research visa to Indonesia, so they are afraid to talk about what they know to be true. Indonesians can be fearful of holding their politicians to account for their involvement in past human rights violations. Ordinary Americans can be fearful of looking at the way that their own lifestyles are unsustainable and are built and predicated on the suffering of others. I think the film holds up a dark mirror to Anwar Congo, but it also holds up a dark mirror to the whole New Order regime and its continuity today. It holds up also a dark mirror to all of us, giving us a space, I hope, to recognize ourselves in that mirror and either force us or encourage us, give us the courage to speak about the most painful, mysterious, delicate, troubling aspects of our reality that we are normally too afraid to talk about. So what we need to first of all do is look at ourselves and ask, is a life of fear worth living? Is it worth being an Indonesianist, for example, if you're too afraid to talk about the real problems of the country you're studying? Is it worth being a voter in Indonesian democracy if you're too afraid to hold your politicians to account and to take risks to hold politicians to account for their connections to gangsters and thugs? Is it worth being an American citizen if you're too afraid to reconcile yourself to the inevitable human suffering and environmental devastation that underpins our lifestyle? So what we all have to do, because this is a global conference, is overcome fear, and that's not about buying organic apples or buying sustainably made clothing. It's about real collective struggle, which people have done all over the world in history. Sometimes it's been successful, sometimes not so successful, but where people put their lives on the line collectively to confront the forces of repression and the forces of fear. The act of killing is a kind of insane, deranged, hallucinogenic aria condemning the forces of fear. And condemning and making us look at how fear lives in our lives.
Yes, can you stop at your share data, Melbourne or London?
Can I what?
Any to display in view? Can you stop at your share data?
Can I stop my what?
Share data, yes, I need to picture it here.
Was this a technical issue, Chess?
Yeah.
Yes, that's okay.
Okay.
So we're moving beyond fear at the moment. We're starting to talk about these things. We've got international conferences. How would you, what are some of the steps you think we take at the moment?
Wait, Chess, there's a kind of strange echo.
Mr. Jin.
Yes.
Ya, ada dua share nih, sepertinya temannya itu yang di London nih. Itu terus itu ada dua layar sini keluar.
Oh ya?
Suara baru lumayan. Tiba-tiba saya bisa dengar.
Ya, tolong stop share yang ada di tombol nomor 3 dari kiri.
Tidak ada yang di-share lagi.
Tidak ada. Masih ada muncul ini. Stop, please stop. Go to. Joshua, Mr. Joshua.
Yeah.
Can you click?
Can I quit?
Yeah. Stop. Yes. Stop. Yes. Okay, good. Good.
Itu? Did I do something good?
Ya, oke, bagus.
Alhamdulillah.
Nah, ini.
Karena apa yang saya tadi lakukan ya betul-betul misterius buat saya. Saya hanya klik satu tombol yang saya punya icon yang saya kurang memahami. Jadi, oke. Teruskan, Jess.
Alright. I guess the film has opened up a space and we are starting to work through some of that fear about speaking about 65. What sort of concrete ideas do you have for what we should be doing next? And perhaps you've heard some ideas during your travels from other people around the world about what they think we should be doing, both here and in Indonesia.
We have to demand, I think there's a lot that has to happen. Some of the stuff that from an Indonesian perspective looks really difficult is actually really only the first step. So we need obviously to demand of Indonesia's leaders that we get the presidential apology, the state apology that was rumored, there was a rumor was coming, and that the National Human Rights Commission and Stanley thought was coming. We need to get that apology, because until the state admits that genocide is wrong, there will be no rewriting of the national school curriculum. There will be no truth commission. There will be no reconciliation process. There will be no rehabilitation for the survivors. But then after there's a presidential apology, then we need more. We need a thoroughgoing truth commission to establish what happened. We need a reconciliation process in which we, because you cannot have reconciliation before you have truth. Otherwise, it's just sort of forcing survivors to remain silent. We need tribunals, I believe, for the highest-ranking perpetrators. Now, most of them will be dead, and I think that but I think even if these do not necessarily have to be criminal trials, but it has to be a collectively understood a collectively agreed upon social ritual, which is what justice really is, to return these kind of behaviors to the realm of the forbidden. And that is to say, genocide needs to be returned to the realm of the forbidden. And we need these things, in a sense, immediately. Sorry, I'm just getting, this is not about me. And in a sense, Indonesia has the chance to be a kind of model for the rest of the world, in that Indonesia has a chance to show. In the United States, we have impunity for torture still, in the sense that Obama has said, I will not torture people while I am president. But that means the next president can say, okay, we're torturing people again. That is to say, there's been no ritual to say torture is forbidden. And there's many ways of achieving that. You can put people like Rumsfeld on trial, but you can also have a collective ritual that says this is forbidden. The ritual that's appropriate for Indonesia, the justice that's appropriate for Indonesia, can take many different forms, but we need it. And it can be about putting Suharto on trial in absentia, and the high-ranking leaders like Ibrahim Sinik, who we see in the act of killing, people of that level and above. He was the regional commander of Komando Aksi. That needs to happen. Part of the Truth Commission that I talked about earlier, of course, should investigate thoroughly the role of the military, the links between the military and Komando Aksi. It's something I know you've been investigating in your own scholarship, Jess. This has to happen. Then, of course, there also has to be a thorough rewriting of the nation's school curriculum. There has to be, so that the anti-communist propaganda, the story of Gay 30 SPKI is no longer taught in the schools. And I think there has to be a broader Indonesian genocide museum that's created. And all of the kind of the Lubang Buaya monument, that should be turned into an exhibition, if you like, a single exhibit within a broader Indonesian genocide museum. This is a process of justice, truth, reconciliation, and the creation of a new collective memory. And then that's the easy part, all of that. Then we need to have collective movements to hold politicians accountable for their role, for their connections to historical and present-day human rights abuses. We need a movement against corruption. That's really hard because so many Indonesian politicians go into politics to enrich themselves through graft. We need a movement against the use of gangsters in politics. That's really hard because so many politicians, like Yusuf Kala, it says in the act of killing, use gangsters, use preman to get their dirty work done. We need a movement for the radical redistribution of Indonesia's wealth from the people who obtain their wealth through fear and intimidation and theft. And I would challenge you to find a single presidential candidate in the 2014 election who has not obtained wealth through fear, intimidation, and theft. There has to be a movement for the redistribution of that wealth to the millions and millions of people who've been systematically impoverished because they've been considered tidak bersih lingkungan and have connections to and have been excluded from Indonesia's national, economic, and social life. That all has to happen. That last struggle is on the same scale as the post-war European struggles for a welfare state. So these are really big struggles that Indonesians themselves have to take forward. Can you hear me, Jess? Kayaknya tidak.
Press on. Press on, Melbourne.
Can you hear me? You all were breaking up.
All right. Thank you. I think maybe we should open up for questions. People probably have a lot of things that they would like to ask. Maybe from Melbourne first and then Jakarta. Is that going to be easier?
Josh, are you available again?
Ask it again, please.
Do you have plans to go to Indonesia in the near future?
You might want to say, can you ask it?
Still here. Just repeat the question.
Oh, it's me too.
No, it's not.
No. Can you hear me? Did you hear the question, Josh?
Josh is still there.
Hello?
He's frozen, I think.
Josh, can you hear me, Josh? Josh? Oh, disconnected. Mr. Jin, disconnected. Okay, wait, will be come again.
Bisa dipanggil Pak Agus?
Disconnected, jadi dia harus login. Pak Jin nggak bisa kita yang loginin, nggak bisa kecuali by team viewer. Can you call him?
Ya, kita lagi bicara sama mereka.
Okay,
It's gone. It's gone. It's got an internet problem in Copenhagen. Not in Indonesia, but in Copenhagen. All right. Tell him to come back later. Let's press on. And then we come back. We come back soon.
Pak Jin.
Tolong di mute.
Mr. Jin, ada yang mau bicara.
Pak Jin.
Masalahnya friksi. Kita sekarang melanjutkan pembicaraan ke Pak Ariel Haryanto. Ya, kalau
barangkali kediaman dari Jakarta itu sendiri menunjukkan budaya. Dari pagi sampai sekarang banyak narasumber yang sudah menyatakan upaya yang tidak gampang. Berpuluh tahun dan akhirnya mentok. Kami bergerak di dalam vicious circle. Kalau menjadi spiral aja mending. Ada gerakan ke atas. And that's the problem. Kita bukan budaya benar versus salah, tapi malu dan tidak malu. Dan sekarang saja rasa malu itu sudah hilang. Jadi bagaimana kita harus mengisahkan seperti yang dikatakan oleh Oppenheimer, memang it's just not like and dry like that. It's real.
Sudah mau lanjut lagi.
Thank you.
I'm back. Maaf ya. It's great. Denmark has really high-tech everything and we don't have internet.
You got no excuse, man.
Lumayan di Jakarta kan?
All right. We might ask the question again.
Just repeat the question.
Oh, when will you be back in Indonesia?
I don't know. I don't know. I would love to come back to Indonesia. I miss Indonesia. The Act of Killing and the new film that I'm editing now is my love letter to Indonesia. But I've been told by many people who are pretty reliable that I could get into Indonesia pretty easily, but I probably would not get out again. So until then, so it's a little bit up to Indonesians themselves to overcome the fear necessary to make the changes necessary so that, one, I can come back to Indonesia, but much more importantly, all of the wonderful Indonesians who made this film, who should be with you in that room in Jakarta, can come openly and be there without fear of being attacked and killed afterwards. So it's up to you when I can come back to Indonesia.
We've got a question from Jakarta.
Yeah.
No, there was a statement.
Okay. Question from Jakarta. Ada pertanyaan? Tanya. Siapa yang menjawab?
Saya jadi penasaran. Truth always hurts, and it's very costly. And not in Indonesia, we have more than just thousands, just like Martin Luther.
Wait. I think we need him to try again. Coba lagi.
See, in Indonesia,
Can you mute our?
Please mute, Mr. John.
Okay, hold on. Let me see how I do that.
Mute.
Okay. We know that truth always hurts, and it is very costly. We just heard what Obama said about Martin Luther King Jr. Said, I had a dream. In Indonesia, we have thousands of people who have dreams, but their dreams will become a nightmare. And it's easy. As a foreigner from North America, you said, just in cut and dry terminologies. Some warriors get up and raise up the consciousness of the social consciousness together to stand up and say, no, it has to stop. And that's the real issue. Because it's not just the only day, even though this is the first time in the international forum like this, and I really appreciate it. But when we have to go ahead, who's going to go first? And if you want to come back to Indonesia again, and you are not afraid to be persona non grata, welcome. But this is it. We have a lot of dreamers, more than Martin Luther Jr., King Jr. Thousands of us are dreaming, but maybe...
Wait a moment. I don't really understand where you're going with this. To be perfectly honest, it sounds good what you're saying, but I don't really understand what you're trying to say.
It took Martin Luther, and he was not the only one. He died for it. See? But even so, look what happened with Obama himself. When he had to decide about what happened with Egypt, with Syria, things like that, he is also under pressure. And now, the situation in our government is, even though it's presidential, but actually it's not totally presidential, who has to have the power? And are we going to choose people power, like in the Philippines? And there are other options, actually. But that's the problem. That's the heart of the problem.
But I still don't understand what you're saying the heart of the problem is. And you said it's easy for me to sit outside of Indonesia and sort of spin off cliches. That's true. Of course it's easy. But I don't think what I was saying was cliche. Actually, I was saying that there needs to be social movements that I, from outside of Indonesia, cannot build. That is to say, of course there has to be people power. You cannot have a democracy in which the people are not in power. It's not a democracy. If the people are not in power, it's not a democracy, is my point.
It's when we talk about theory and philosophy, free to the real things, there is a gap, a widening gap. And even the number one leader in Indonesia is not too daring or courageous to take real action. He promises a lot, but it's just empty promises. And so who do you think we are? Thank you.
I think you raised really important points, and I'm sorry if you felt patronized too by anything I said earlier.
Okay, Mr. Can I speak with Mr. Jin? Mr. Jin, Mr. Jis,
Yes.
ini alur seminar gimana nih? Dari sana berbicara atau bagaimana kok di sini juga?
Enggak, jadi sekarang saya kira waktunya sudah habis. Because now, maybe just one more question for Josh. And Josh can answer his questions. He's going to edit a new film. Okay, Josh.
But I've been told that I have 10 more minutes, so it's okay. We're not running out of time just yet, unless someone else has to speak there.
Yeah, we're running out of time, so I think we just limit it to one more question from somewhere. Vanessa's got a question from here. The last question.
I'm interested, you mentioned you're working on a new film. Are you able to tell us a little bit about what your next project is about?
Can you hear that?
Yeah, absolutely. The film I'm making at the moment is about the silence that underpins normality in the coexistence between survivors and perpetrators in Indonesia. It's also set in North Sumatra. It deals with a family of survivors with whom I began this journey a decade ago, who find out who killed their son and how their son was murdered through my work with the perpetrators. In this family, the mother was forced to give her son over to a man who promised to take her son, who he'd already almost killed, to the hospital, and she was forced to hand over her son to be killed, knowing that he was going to be killed, and she's had to live with the guilt of that ever since. Then she had another son after the killing in 1967, 68, who grows up being seen by his mother as a replacement for the dead son, and has to live with that mantle for the rest of his life. I mean, has lived with that pressure his whole life of replacing the dead son, his older brother. Meanwhile, now he's 45, he has small children, they're in school, they're being blamed for what happened to them. They're learning in school about how terrible the communists were without seeing Pengkhianatan G30S anymore. They're still learning that story in school. And the brother, the younger son in this family, decides that he wants to break the silence and challenge the silence and speak to everybody involved with his brother's death. And he goes and he visits all the perpetrators involved with his brother's death and tries to talk to them, tries to break the silence, and tries to see if they can have the courage to take responsibility for what they've done or feel remorse for what they've done. And really nobody does, because I think as human beings, they've all, like Anwar in the act of killing, have clung to the justification of what they've done so that they can continue to live with themselves, not because they think it was right, but rather because in their hearts they know it was wrong. And it becomes a quite painful journey, because he finds that the killer involved with the events was his own uncle. He has to challenge his own uncle, and if the act of killing has a happy ending, it might be the darkest happy ending in the history of cinema, but it is, I think, a happy ending in the sense that it turns out that everybody's a human being, so there should be a possibility for change. This has a challenging and painful ending in that it shows that breaking the silence that underpins normality is at once necessary and perhaps possible, but inevitably also traumatic and difficult. So it is a kind of poem, the film, a lyrical exploration of that silence, of what it's like to live side by side with the people who've killed your son for decades and decades, and to remain extorted and dehumanized and oppressed and dehumanized by them, and the challenges in leaving that situation. The film involves it doesn't take place in the city of Medan, it takes place in the plantation belt outside of Medan. There's been some criticism of the act of killing for not talking so much about the army's role, but here it's very clear, bringing busloads of prisoners every night from concentration camps to a riverbank where they were having the local death squads with army supervision kill them, 50, 60, 70 a night per kecamatan. In this one spot where, according to some army notes that we found at the National Security Archive in Washington, D.C., 10,500 people were supposedly killed at that one spot on the Sungai Ular in North Sumatra. So that's the new film.
Very good. Thank you very much, Josh.
No, it sounds amazing.
We are looking forward to seeing it soon. So I think
Thank you so much.
We can let Josh go. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Josh. Good luck.
Thank you so much. Goodbye, all. Good luck.
Bye-bye.
Keep going. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye. Okay, do you want to take over the floor? Yeah.
So, for the third time, is Associate Professor Ariel Herianto, who's going to talk about different responses to the act of killing in Indonesia.
Thank you, Kate.
I need some help here.
Share document? Is it on your screen?
It's there. Yeah, it's gotta be full. It's gotta be full screen now. I'm afraid.
Okay.
No, not that
that's
one.
Not one. Okay,
Can you have fun? Sorry, it's here. But it's gonna be full screen.
Yeah.
It should be okay. Okay, thanks. All right. The act of killing has. Share. Thank you. Are we sharing?
Yes.
The film has definitely, clearly impacted a lot of people who watch it, including myself. But I noticed this is so especially outside Indonesia than in Indonesia. It has not caused a major public controversy in Indonesia as I initially expected. Even it will become more available to more Indonesians in the near future, I doubt it will radically alter the political life in Indonesia, or even radically shift the perspective on Indonesia's past history of violence. I'd like to speculate tonight why this may be the case. I have to emphasize this is not intended as a criticism of the film itself. Rather, it is an attempt to reconsider what condition might be responsible for generating a different kind of reaction to the film among the various audiences within and outside Indonesia. This is also an attempt to self-critique of my prior and somewhat perhaps naive assumptions and high expectations for the film's instant impact. But one tentative implications of my presentation tonight is that moral and political deficit in Indonesia may be even more serious off-screen than that depicted in the act of killing, as assumed by many of its reviewers. The act of killing is a characteristic of a masterpiece. It's rich with paradoxes, ironies, ambiguities, and so on. In this film, facts and fiction interweave, and so do notions of hero and villains, history and fantasy, state and society, cruelty, pain, and pleasure. As such, the film has a great potential to become a source of controversy and risks misunderstanding. To my surprise, however, this film falls well short of generating any of the controversy in Indonesia that it deserved, particularly when compared to the impact it has on its international audience, as we have seen. Many viewers with strong and long-standing attachment to Indonesia outside Indonesia have tended to regard the film primarily as the revelations of a serious political scandal, For them, the film provides a new weapon for those seeking justice for the victims of past and present. Such view is not wrong, but I would say incomplete. The same film also demonstrates precisely the opposite, a most obscene testimony to the absolute impunity enjoyed by political gangsters who run the country for nearly half a century. This darker side of the film is hard to swallow, and perhaps this is why many have not taken it seriously. The film focuses on the flamboyant killer Anwar Congo. And because Anwar Congo is chosen as the main character in the film, The Act of Killing, it is convenient for many to reference him as an icon for all the other killers appearing on the screen and those off screen. I find this problematic. Anwar Congo is the 41st executioner interviewed by George during the making of the film. Anwar Congo definitely does not represent all his fellow killers. Just before the film ends, Anwar is shown critically reflecting on his own crime and the extent of his moral and physical suffering. Such scenes serve two contradictory purposes. They are contradictory but equally important. On the one hand, they humanize the star killer, provoking some degree of sympathy from the viewers. On the other hand, these scenes are comforting for viewers who are relieved that after all, Anwar Congo is unsuccessful in becoming the self-appointed hero of the story. It would be seriously remiss to pay less attention to the many other characters in the film who have resolutely shown no remorse about their own past crimes and who suffered nothing throughout the story. It is easy, but seriously dangerous to ignore that there are hundreds, perhaps thousands of other killers such as Adi Sukadris, and I put an S at the end of the name, who not only roam through the posh shopping malls of Jakarta, but are able to travel and to shopping malls and perhaps Justin or Melbourne, Singapore, Paris, or London, like him. We may praise or criticize the film for different reasons, but I wish to invite you tonight to appreciate the film as a wake-up call that is removed from many of the familiar stories, sermons, and moral convictions and reviews of the film. That truth and justice do not always prevail. They do not necessarily always arrive in the form and the speed desired by those who struggle in earnest for them. Indeed, they may never come at all. I do not intend to devalue the struggle for truth and justice. Rather than trying to struggle harder for them, I think there is a need for us to struggle smarter. To this end, it is important to resist the seductive myth about the power of information or about the moral quality of human beings in the abstract and ideal terms. As if revelation of truth about the massacres will galvanize a critical mass of people into action and demand justice. I have indicated just now one paradox in the act of killing. It reveals not only the gross injustice to many innocent Indonesians, but also demonstrates the absolute impunity of the perpetrators. Even if we leave the latter issue aside for a moment and focus entirely on the film's exposition of the crime and the criminals, we need still to resist making the kind of universalist, humanist, liberalist assumption that underlie much of the discussion and reviews of the act of killing. Put simply, underlying many of the discussion and reviews is a common assumption that a complete fear of the perpetrators or complete ignorance of the gross violence that occurred in 1965, or both, have been responsible for the long-lasting power of the new order and the ideological propaganda which has survived the collapse of the regime. While fear and ignorance have definitely played a role in maintaining the status quo, surely there are other and no less important factors at work. Fear of the ruling gangsters and ignorance of the past master cannot be the sole explanation for the lukewarm reactions to the general public in Indonesia to the act of killing thus far. In this rest of the presentations, I wish to offer some hypotheses and speculations about these other factors, other than fear or ignorance. There are particularly Indonesians, as Joshua just mentioned a minute ago. I recall a critique by Cohn and Roger of the work of Chomsky, who argue that those in power manipulate the mass media in order to deceive the populations and manufacture their consent. Cohn and Roger argue, and I quote here, even individuals who know the ugly truth may consent for reasons of, for example, material self-interest, cynicism, fatigue, or simply lack of concern. And much evidence suggests that many do consent for a combination of these reasons. Survey data in the US regularly confirm a widespread public conviction that public officials are corrupt, that the country is run in an undemocratic fashion, and that many public policies are immoral. But this confirmation is provided in a context of profound stability, political stability in the US. This suggests that something other than illusion or ignorance are producing that stability. I wonder if the situation today in Indonesia or in Australia is significantly that different. The recent cases of the whistleblowers Bradley Manning, Edward Snowden, and so on, and the WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange confirm Cohen and Rogers' observation. During his trial, Manning explained the motive for his action to the court, and here I quote the news from The Age in Melbourne. He said, "I believe if the public had access to the information that he leaked, that is, this could spark debate about foreign policy in relation to Iraq and Afghanistan," unquote. This is from The Age, 1st March this year. Manning has attracted some sympathizers, and so have Snowden and Assange. But there has been more news about the public debate about their personalities and their status as fugitive than actually about the US foreign policy itself. I cited these cases partly because they are so widely known, but also because they show that the issue that I wish to raise is not unique to Indonesia. There is simply no easy linear progressions towards self-expression or racial demands for justice, and let alone the success in achieving it, which correlates with expanding formal democracy, greater freedom of speech, or diffusion of digital media technology, as we are watching tonight. If democracy and the right to elect a government are so universally desirable, why is the participation of voters made mandatory for election in Australia, with a penalty of fine for those who fail to comply? In a review of the act of killing that I prepared for Tempo magazine, I compare the release of the film to the publication of Pramudia Anandathur's The Tetralogy from Buru, 3 decades earlier, for 2 historic events of great importance. Pram's novels trace the making of the Indonesian nation. Joshua's film points to some of the debris following the destruction of that nation's foundation. In both cases, from early on, I anticipated an outburst of reactions, controversy, and an official ban from the government. In both instances, prior to the release of Pram novels and the release of Joshua films, I was fortunate to have given the access to a copy of both these extraordinary works. Such privilege allowed an ample time for me to prepare a laudatory review of each work. I had this review ready for dispatch to a publisher as soon as the work under review was released, but before the anticipated banning. No media published my review of Pram Rudianto's novels out of fear, although they were not yet banned. Instead of publishing my review, the editors contacted me with a passionate inquiry as how to get a copy of the novels. As bookshops were too scared to sell them, and for the same reason, the mass media declined to publish any advertisements promoting the novels. The banning of Pram's novels provoked a flurry of debates. With a few activists, I helped the publisher to distribute copies of the novels for sale underground. Most were lucky to remain safe in this dangerous endeavor. However, 3 activist students in Jogja were later brought to trial on anti-subversion charges for possessing, circulating, and discussing the banned novels. The court found them guilty and they were imprisoned with lengthy sentences. By the way, for those who are unfamiliar, the anti-subversion law carried a maximum penalty of death. Time has definitely changed since Pram published his Buru novels, but the anti-communist sentiment in Indonesia remains strong. Understandably, most screenings of the act of killing in Indonesia were conducted with a high degree of caution and a restrained fashion. Months before the release of the act of killing, I proposed to Tempo that they prepare a special cover story about the film. They agreed, and we discussed a preliminary plan of the special edition. I introduced them to Tempo. I introduced Tempo to Joshua, and Tempo published a special double edition, more comprehensive than I had expected. And they provoked stronger reaction, public reactions, than the actual film, the act of killing itself, had received in Indonesia. Various Indonesian media have published news and reviews of the act of killing. Diverse and occasionally conflicting views about the film can be found on print and online. But the anticipated great controversy and the ban did not materialize. To my great surprise, I received reports from reliable sources from several cities in Indonesia about the viewers who decided to stop the private screening of the film due to lack of interest, or viewers who walked out as the screening was in progress. Others have mistakenly taken the film as celebrating the 1965 killers. Such reaction may not represent the majority of Indonesian viewers, but such reactions have been unheard of in screening of the film outside Indonesia. That they occurred at all intrigued me strongly. To me, the fact that they occurred in several places is more shocking than when I saw the film itself. Time has changed in Indonesia. The Attorney General Office no longer has the power to ban books or artworks without trial. In contrast to the centralist rule of the New Order back then, during the time when the Buru novels were published, the contemporary political elite has now been preoccupied with intra-elite rivalry and has little time to harass the public generation unless there is a major political or commercial interest at stake. Indonesia has also had a new generation of young adults who have not been subjected to the vigorous anti-communist witch hunt that ran during the height of the New Order. An increasing number of young people, which has been the main object of my research in the past 5 years, have little or no knowledge about the 1965 massacres. Worse still, to many of them, it's not immediately clear why they should. By no means this is unique to Indonesia. As Kaplan and Wong observed elsewhere, and I quote here, fewer and fewer young people know much about the Holocaust, about Hiroshima, the rape of Nanking, cultural revolutions, unquote. And to the list I'd like to add, including the Vietnam War, Tiananmen Square, and so on. Despite these changes, a couple of things remain the same after the New Order has collapsed. First, criminals boasting about past experience in gangsterism and the killings of communists prevails, and they continue to enjoy impunity in the present. If Indonesian viewers do not react to the act of killing with the same emotions as their international counterparts, the reason is not simply fear in expressing their horror. Rather, it's because news about gangsterism vigilante behavior, and their boasting and impunity are just all too common in everyday life, occurring on daily basis in their private conversation and in the mass media. Second, no long-lasting authoritarianism, state terrorism, or gangsterism operates entirely on the basis of violence, fear, or deadly boring propaganda, as widely assumed in the more liberal-looking societies. In most cases, those coercive elements exist, but in juxtaposition with convivial entertainment, festive activities, spectacle of fun, humor, and laughter. This paradox often escapes the attention of many analysts of political sciences and violence. In Indonesia and its neighboring countries, Cold War authoritarian repression ran in tandem with sustained economic growth, industrialization, and expanding desire for global consumerism. Such jarring cognitive dissonance and irony is well illustrated in the film The Act of Killing. And I've discussed this at length in my own work, State Terrorism. A lack of interest in political history by young Indonesians, coupled with their enlarged interest in consuming exotic commodities, has found yet another articulation to the horror of many foreigners. Barely a year after the Act of Killing stunned the world, foreigners were puzzled by news about the popularity of Nazi chic trends in Indonesia and Thailand. In Bandung, a Nazi-themed restaurant established in April 2011 was forced to close in July this year, at least temporarily, in response to mass outrage from foreigners after an English language newspaper published about its existence. I have a few pictures. You can imagine how, and Indonesia simply couldn't understand what's so big fuss they out there outside Indonesia. In Thailand, school children had a parade and using this sort of picture. I don't know if you followed the news there. And definitely these are not new, and this is not simply Indonesia or Thailand. Just a few years ago when I was working in Singapore, you have this sort of picture, and they just take anything exotic, no matter what the political content of it. And that was a new restaurant called the House of Mao. So in this kind of restaurants, you will be greeted if you arrive by waitresses who wore the uniform of the People's Armies, and they will salute you and address you as comrades. When you're served in the table, you can choose in the menus. For salad, for example, there's let 1,000 flowers grow for salad. Whereas in Bandung, you can order nasi goreng, for example, and so on. Pramudia novels are product of not only creative imagination of a genius, but also many years of research, plus an incredible resilience. These novels underwent a series of rewriting and oral narrating during the storyteller's imprisonment, interrupted by the military confiscation of the earlier manuscripts. Despite his incredible resilience, however, rumors have it that Pram never produced anything new since he was released from Moro Island and returned to Jakarta. Presumably, the reality of Indonesia under the new order left him devastated. I heard similar reasons why it was that Herfith did not produce major works since the new order came to power. Jim can correct me if I was wrong. For all these reasons, I'd like to pay my tribute and express my admirations, immense admirations, for those in Indonesia and outside who show their resilience and persistent struggle for truth and justice, because it's never easy. Among these people, I would also like to mention Herfith as an activist who has done all this great work outside scholarships. The Act of Killing is an absolutely brilliant masterpiece. The film may or may not change the status quo in Indonesia with regards to the memory or history of the 1965. But my main message is that if that is the case, if it has not changed, that's perfectly okay. That's my message. The film is full of paradoxes and ironies that complicate the vision and the agenda of many human rights activists, whose projects often require and often necessarily require a clear demarcation between perpetrators and the victims, between the good and the evil, between heroes and villains. That's not what the film does. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ariel. We're now waiting for Paul Barber to join us from London, and then we're going to take questions after that. So we're just waiting for him to call up and join us as well.
In the meantime, maybe we can start the questions
for
Ariel.
All right, okay. Any questions for Ariel immediately? Yes?
I have just a question. When Henry Kissinger was Secretary of State, I remember somebody asked him why he supported Suharto when he knows that Suharto was a bad guy. And his reply at the time was, I know he is a pastor, but he is our pastor. So is that the mood, does it come of the mood of the situation now, you think?
No, my point is that because I spent in the last few years for my research dealing with the young people, none of this is simply relevant to the young people. And that is the what amazed me about Pramudia Latu's novels is the young who deeply live with the novels. I don't know about the film. If that is the case, we have to check it. But that would make a big difference. I have discussed the film The Act of Killing, I don't know, so many times now, not just in Australia. And every time when I attended conferences about The Act of Killing, what I have always been most interested in is not whether or not people talk cleverly or not, but how many people in the audience is below 30 years old. It's not, the answer has been so discouraging. I'm sorry to say this. If we're going to make progress, I think we have to aim this young people.
Are we going to go to Paul? So we're going to go to Paul, then we're going to open questions again. So welcome, Paul. How are you?
Good, good. Can you hear me?
Yes, very good. Thanks, Paul. So I'll just quickly introduce you. This is Paul Barber, who's the coordinator of TAPOL in London, an organisation founded by Kamu Budiarjo, who herself was a former political prisoner, and very close to Gowani women, indeed. So Paul is going to talk about the Minta Maaf, Say Sorry for 65 campaign, which has been triggered by the film. So I'll hand over to you, Paul. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me to take part in this conference and join this distinguished panel. Why is it so hard to say sorry? Asked one of the perpetrators featured in The Act of Killing. On the face of it, the demand for an official apology for one of the worst mass murders of the 20th century is a relatively modest one. However, extracting the word sorry from any form of authority or official body is notoriously difficult to achieve, and if realized in the case of the 1965 crimes against humanity, would undoubtedly be a major success and a significant first step towards justice for the victims. In this presentation, I will briefly explain how our campaign has developed, the reasons for the focus on an apology, and the importance of international support for the campaign. First of all, I'll say a bit more about TAPOL's links with the 1965 events. The mass killings and detentions and the related gross violations of human rights perpetrated in 1965 are a fundamental part of the raison d'etre of TAPOL. This year marks the 40th anniversary of the founding of the organization to campaign for the victims of the 1965 anti-communist purge, and in particular the TAPOLs or political prisoners. In 1971, our founder Carmel was released from 3 years imprisonment without trial in Indonesia and returned to the UK. She had been living and working in Indonesia and was a member of the HSI, Association of Indonesian Academics, which was regarded as one of the organizations associated with the Indonesian Communist Party. Many of her colleagues were killed or arrested, and she too was arrested with her husband Suwondo Budiarjo, who was to spend nearly 10 years in prison. As Carmel left prison, the dozens of women prisoners she left behind wished her farewell from their cells and urged her to please help us. A couple of years later, she and a few friends, family members and supporters launched TAPOL as a campaign for the tens of thousands of remaining political prisoners. The campaign achieved some success when thousands of prisoners were released in 1979, but the fundamental demands for justice and rehabilitation of the victims and their families have so far remained substantially unmet. In recent years, TAPOL has worked in partnership with groups in Indonesia campaigning for truth and justice for the victims of the 1965 mass killings. Partners have organized workshops for victims groups across Indonesia, in Jakarta, Java, Kalimantan, Sulawesi and Sumatra, produced a series of films and books on the tragedy, undertaken advocacy concerning the completion of the investigation into the case by Komnas HAM, and helped to collect data and evidence to support the investigation. The publication on 23rd of July last year of Komnas HAM's report on its investigation and its finding of evidence of crimes against humanity was a landmark development in the search for justice, while Joshua's remarkable film is now doing a huge amount to raise international awareness of the 1965 atrocities and is demonstrating why the nightmare events of that time still matter to this day. The process of justice for crimes against humanity is invariably a long and difficult one. It involves a number of different elements, actors and objectives. From the perspective of human rights and international criminal law, there is the requirement that the perpetrators be held to account by a national or international court of law and punished according to their established degree of criminal responsibility. From the perspective of the victims, there is the right to rehabilitation, reparations, and in the particular case of the 1965 victims and their families, an end to the official discrimination which continues to blight their daily lives. From the perspective of the wider society, there is the need for a healing process which truth and reconciliation mechanisms can help to promote. Macro and micro political considerations inevitably enter into calculations about what can be achieved and what should be prioritized in the pursuit of justice. Consequently, different groups and individuals can have different ideas about how to move forward. In developing our campaign around the act of killing, we recognize the impossibility of incorporating all the different approaches to justice. Instead, we focused on the need for a simple and straightforward demand that is supported by victims and would resonate with international audiences who may know little about Indonesia, let alone the events of 1965. The Say Sorry for 65 campaign is intended to generate international pressure on the Indonesian government and momentum that will support a more nuanced and sophisticated national campaign. This is very much the first step towards justice and a means of opening the door to other aspects of justice. It responds to Komnas HAM's recommendation that the authorities should make a formal apology and reflects ongoing demands made by victims groups. The campaign has been endorsed by key Indonesian civil society organizations working on 1965, such as Contrast and ICOHI. It has been supported in the United States, Australia and New Zealand, and hundreds of people have signed the campaign postcard and online petition. We are planning further discussions next month with victims groups and civil society partners to ascertain what additional international support can be provided and how the campaign should be developed. Although an official apology may seem unlikely at this stage, and although, as Ariel has argued, the act of killing may not radically shift perspectives and political positions in Indonesia regarding the country's violent past, that is not a reason for us to give up. For many years, TAPOL campaigned for East Timor when it was not a popular cause, and indeed for long periods seemed like a lost cause. But eventually dramatic changes took place, partly as a result of international pressure. It is important, therefore, that international pressure is maintained in relation to the 1965 case. The campaign is also an important part of the ongoing struggle against impunity in Indonesia. A comment by one of the signatories of the online petition indicates the potential wider significance of an official apology. He said, "An apology could start a process to end decades of refusing to acknowledge serious human rights abuses by the Republic of Indonesia. I was in East Timor when it gained independence and saw the brutal results of not holding Indonesian officials accountable for their actions. The same situation exists in West Papua today. Indonesia will never be trusted by the international community if it does not acknowledge the horrors of 1965. One of the reasons why The Act of Killing is such an important film is that it is not simply an historical documentary about the 1965 killings. It is more about Indonesia today and about the nature of a society which, despite the progress it has made since the downfall of former President Suharto, is in many areas still bedeviled by impunity and corruption. Together, these pernicious saboteurs of democracy create an environment in which killers are regarded as heroes and their exploits are celebrated and rewarded, while victims are subjected to stigmatization and treated as outcasts. The link between the 1965 atrocities and ongoing impunity is evident from the sequence in the film in which Anwar Congo demonstrates how a victim was killed when a table leg was placed on his neck and a group of perpetrators sat on the table singing songs as he died. While not on the same scale, similar practices continue to this day. Earlier this year, we received a report of a Papuan detainee whose arms and legs were in the same way positioned under the legs of a table, resulting in the loss of a toenail and serious injury. In the same way that 1965 victims were and still are stigmatized by an anti-communist ideology, Papuan victims are now being stigmatized by an anti-separatist ideology, which is brutal in its intolerance of political difference and dissent. While the scale of the ongoing crimes in West Papua does not compare to the mass murders of 1965, certain violations of human rights in West Papua, such as the 2001 Wasior case and the 2003 Wamena case, have also been categorized as crimes against humanity by Komnas HAM, demonstrating why the small matter of an acknowledgement of and apology for the 1965 crimes could be immense in terms of breaking the cycle of impunity in Indonesia once and for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul. We still had some questions before for Ariel, and then we'll take questions for you. So I might just take one more question for Ariel, and then I'm going to turn to Jakarta. So one more question from Ariel here, from Ayu. Yes.
Thank you, Sadu. Just a question. I was just wondering if like what you said, if Indonesians didn't find a context, nowadays context in the act of killing. If you compare the film with Laskar Pelangi or you know Ayat Cinta, for example. I was just wondering, killing always appears to be very popular in Indonesian viewers. One is nationalism, yes, and the other one is religious, moral thing. So I was just wondering whether, if the film were framed in that way, would that be a more popular or more interesting, more people found it contextual in their search for identity? Because I think why is it popular? Because it's part of their search for identity and practices of the liberal democracy or whatever.
You're probably right. If the story is more nationalistic or religious, it's perhaps more popular. But I wouldn't like it at all. For the very reasons. Why the film I found so beautiful is because it's so disturbingly complex, ironic. It's like what we're doing. That was wow, But I do not represent many Indonesians. They want the easy one, I'd say. So it is more challenging, but I think the film is good. What I don't like to hear a lot more is how people start criticizing the film for not showing the military, for not showing. That's not the point. I don't think that was the intention of the filmmaker. He's a good filmmaker, and I think in a way, questions like Jess has also been responsible for provoking him to try to be so, social engaged. What would you like to do about this justice? I don't think this is his business. His business is make a good film. That's it. I'd say. Could be only one that disturbs us about the normality. That's all my thing. Which I'm sure not everybody agree. But the moment you ask, what would you like to do about the history of justice, then Joe starts to make, I think, rather poor answers. I'm sorry to say that.
Okay, do we have a question from Jakarta for either Ariel or Paul, please? Jakarta, are you there?
Can I hear you?
Yes. Yes. Ada nanya? Mau bertanya? Any question? No, enough.
Tolong dicabut Agus, tolong di mute.
Tolong di mute kalau tidak ada pertanyaan. So, any questions remaining in Melbourne for Paul or Ariel? Tina.
Not really for Paul. I actually want to
Response?
start a discussion with Mbak Ayu.
Yeah.
Well, first I want to partly answer your question about movies. Kalau ingat, do you remember Ada Apa Dengan Cinta? You have a PKI context there. Nobody remembers it. Everybody remembers the scene at the airport. Everybody remembers the poem Cinta wrote. Nobody remembers that the guy he fell for, his parents was discriminated by the PKI. That kind of, although that's an important part of the film, and people do try to present that in a more popular way, the message didn't come across. Second is, I would like to ask a few questions about what you presented. The first one, yang pertama mungkin lebih ke peristiwa yang di Palu kemarin itu. Did it get lots of media attention? And did it cause controversy at all? Kenapa kok kayaknya nggak kedengeran gitu? Padahal kan kalau misalnya ini harusnya itu termasuk hal yang kontroversial ya. Dan yang kedua itu.
Mungkin cuma satu ya Dina, karena Ayu tidak termasuk teror ini.
Alright, I wrote it down. Where is it?
Mungkin satu dulu ya.
Just one more thing. Did these areas where the leaders minta maaf kepada korban PKI 1965, along with that, was there also an apology or an acceptance towards communism as ideology as well? Atau cuma minta maaf aja tapi komunismenya tetap dilarang gitu? That's all.
Maybe later.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe later. Okay, question still for Paul and did you have a question before, sir? You had your hand up. Sorry?
Couldn't hear.
Oh, you couldn't hear. Sorry. Okay. All right. Any other questions? Okay, Jess?
Paul knows about our postcards.
Oh yes, we have the postcards here printed from Paul as part of the campaign. Yep.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Please
do sign them. Thank you.
And a lot of people have also signed the online petition, which is still open, I believe, as well. So we'll ask people to distribute that. Any more questions or comments?
Yes.
For Paul or yes, sorry, yes.
Just one short question.
For who?
People in Indonesia under 50 firstly know nothing about the history, especially after the rewriting of history by Nugroho Susanto. History has been completely rewritten. And that's part of the explanation why people, and most people are under 50 in Indonesia, are so apathetic about what is happening in the past. Let's not look around Dr. Susanto completely have rewritten the history of Indonesia basically.
Well, the quick answer is yes, definitely. It's a part, but not the only. But I'm referring to the fact that you have these young people being bombarded by the TV industry and entertainment in a way that is not definitely ideologically free. So that's what I'm saying. So if you want to make a change, never take for granted or underestimate the power of television, or films, or radio, or t-shirts.
Okay, yes, Tuti. Satu lagi.
I want to ask Paul Barbara.
Paul, question for you? Yeah.
Okay.
What you are thinking of is just minta maaf by President or DPR or whatever, or things that happened after that, which is probably reparations and Burundi, and because if it is only minta maaf, it's probably easier to get than the trillions and trillions of rupiah that would be necessary to reparate the victims.
Could you hear that question, Paul?
Yes, I think so. The point is that we decided that we should focus on this simple and straightforward demand for an apology. But as I explained, this is intended to open the door to other aspects of justice, which include reparations for the victims, which include the perpetrators being held to account, which include truth and reconciliation process, and all these other aspects of justice which would flow from an acknowledgement of the crimes and an official apology.
Okay, thank you very much, both Paul and Ariel. We're now waiting for our next speaker to come online, who is Anonymous, the co-director of the film, The Act of Killing, who will be anonymously joining us by hookup. So actually there will only be voice hookup. Is that correct, Jess?
I can be there, but we'll just turn the camera off.
He'll do that.
I go ahead and cover it all. Hi, Anonymous, are you there? No. He's watching, maybe.
Terus pembicaraan misterius.
Yeah. Anonymous, are you there? He said he's logged in. We'll just see. Send him an email. Anonymous?
Can you call?
I don't have his phone. He's on email.
You're not muted? Are you sure you're not muted?
Anonymous, if you're there, but you don't, the image there, we can't hear you. So if you could unmute yourself, we'll know that you're there.
A box will come up.
Yeah. I don't think
Do you want to announce the website? Something like that. Vanessa Human's just going to talk a little bit about a website that she's been developing.
I won't try to call it up on the computer because that will probably
derail our process at the moment. But it's just an Indonesian 1965 WordPress site that I just set up because we had a conference in Canberra in February. In February, and I wanted to sort of try and have some of that information on an internet site which other people could access because not everybody could get to Canberra in February, and try and have a bit of a network of scholars working on 1965 that are reflected on there as a way to sort of start working together wherever we might be located. So that was the idea of it, but my problem is that I don't have a lot of time to work on it, so I'm reliant on people to contribute to that WordPress site. So instead of putting something on Facebook, maybe you can consider putting something on the WordPress site and then sharing that onto your Facebook post or whatever, something like that. So if people are interested in doing that, they can contact me. It's just at Sydney Uni, vanessa.yearman@sydney.edu.au, and I can let you know a bit more about that project and see how we can collaborate and share information, have more people involved in that on that site. That's all. Thanks.
Any other announcements? maybe you can answer my question.
Okay. I think you want to answer the question. Oh. Okay, Mark.
So that's also one of my points from my presentation, that all these things that happen at the local level, they just so localized. I mean, the Palu one, it was having covered at the provincial level and city level, media, and also the Kesaksian thing, the project of part of the project of the tourism that I mentioned. They already did it in 3 areas I mentioned, exactly because there have been something happen in that area. That's why they conducted it there, in a hope that hoping that more wider national level would cover that. But I think they also face some limitations in terms of funding resources, even though they made collaborations with IG, Aliansi Jurnalis Indonesia, but IG is also very limited in that sense. So the mainstream media didn't cover that, unfortunately. Jakarta Post had a bit, but not many Indonesian trips got across. And that's the thing. So one of my critics also, all these collective memories became so localized. So then people, wider people, national people, then lost in some way and thought that this is part of the local dynamics in a way. So that's kind of how.
So, sekarang, like, if you're in Palu nowadays, is it a bit more okay to be communist, or is it still a taboo?
I think that one is still big issues on communism, but also the third factor that I mentioned is about the nature of the violence itself that happens in each of these places. I mean, in Palu, most of the victims were not directly engaged in PKI or GTI or whatever, and the systematic elements of violations from the like military or other organizations, for example, it's not really so obvious in Palu, and that also because I think based on I haven't really did research on Palu, but based on my meetings with the mayor and some of the local NGOs and some of the survivors, the scale of the violence is not so massive and intense in a way. They had some cases, big cases locally on enforced disappearance people, and so there are still 3 or 4 people that still not clear what happened to them. But so far, and also like slavery, forced labor, not slavery, forced labor. But that's the thing. But and it's not really like massive like in East Java, for example. I think that contributes something, but that's why I was suggesting maybe we can have like study to looking at this, the nature of the violence and the possibility to have local truth and justice in some areas. But on communism, as far as I know, it's still not something that we can say freely, openly to people, and none of the victims and perpetrators and the local people would identify themselves as communists. And even in the past, they're not really PKI. Some are PKI, but
they would say
not really the pengurus utama or sympathizers.
He's in the wrong room.
He's in the wrong room.
He's in the wrong room and he doesn't leave the room.
Anonymous, if you can hear us over the webcast, we're in the second room. You'll need to go out of the first room and go into the second room. We've got a few technical issues.
Yeah, shit.
Just try again. We'll try one more time. On the screen. People don't get people watched.
Mr. Jin?
Just one more minute. Otherwise, we call it off.
Okay, because if you're Fagan, Mr. Romo Widi akan beri kesimpulan di Jakarta karena semakin banyak. Iya, semakin banyak di Jakarta. Apa Jakarta dulu?
Ya, Jakarta dulu.
Oke,
ya,
oke.
silakan kesimpulan.
Okay, can you mute?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Baik, selamat sore Bapak Ibu saudara-saudara yang masih setia di Jakarta, sudah semakin sedikit. Selamat malam untuk yang di Melbourne. Saya diminta oleh panitia Jakarta untuk memberikan ringkasan tentang apa yang sudah kita bicarakan pada hari ini, dan saya akan mencoba secara singkat saja untuk melihat apa saja sebenarnya yang sudah kita bicarakan dari sesi tadi pagi ketika kita membicarakan tentang keadilan historis dan peristiwa pembunuhan massal tahun 65-66 di Indonesia. Dan saya kira memang dari sesi yang terakhir tadi kita melihat bahwa judul dari program kita After the Act of Killing memang mungkin triggernya adalah film dari Joshua Oppenheimer yang film yang dokumenter yang saya kira bagus sekali, yang merangsang diskusi kita mengenai hal ini dan menghidupkan kembali diskusi mengenai hal ini. Maka kita melihat bahwa pada sesi pertama tadi yang dilaksanakan di Melbourne, kita melihat bagaimana kita melihat setting historisnya sebelum peristiwa 65 itu terjadi. Jadi saya kira Saudari Kate McGregor tadi dengan sangat jelas memperlihatkan bagaimana kehidupan dua tokoh wanita Sujinah, Ibu Sujinah dan Ibu Sulami yang begitu besar peranannya, bahkan bukan hanya di tingkat nasional gerakan wanita di tingkat nasional tapi internasional, kehidupan intelektual yang mengagumkan, tetapi kemudian tiba-tiba berakhir di penjara Tangerang pada tahun 6566 itu. Lalu Pak Jin Xiao tadi saya kira memperlihatkan bagaimana faktor Cina dan keterlibatan ayahnya sendiri pada Pak Perky yang kemudian juga mengakibatkan hal yang sama bagi ayahnya yang kemudian juga menjadi salah satu korban dari peristiwa 65 itu. Dan Max Lin saya kira memperlihatkan kesulitan untuk merehabilitasi para korban dan para survivor di dalam situasi sampai sekarang, dan saya kira itu kemudian dalam diskusi-diskusi selanjutnya kemudian semakin nampak apa kesulitannya. Saya masuk dalam sesi kedua dulu karena sebenarnya sesi yang tentang rekonsiliasi tadi sebenarnya dimaksudkan untuk kesimpulan meskipun diletakkan setelah sesi pertama. Dalam sesi yang kedua saya kira kita bisa melihat peristiwanya sendiri, peristiwa pembunuhan massal itu bagaimana terjadi, dengan beberapa melihat dari para narasumber seperti Vanessa Hirman itu mencoba memperlihatkan bagaimana perjuangan para survivor untuk dari narasi-narasi yang bisa dikumpulkan, bagaimana misalnya mereka bisa melarikan diri dan bagaimana kemudian solidaritas sosial juga coba dibangun oleh mereka. Dan juga Anne Pullman misalnya memperlihatkan bagaimana para perempuan dan anak-anaknya itu bercerita tentang ketika terjadi pembunuhan itu, tentu sesuatu yang juga membuat kita merasa prihatin bahwa semuanya itu terjadi. Dan Jess Melvin kemudian dengan dari penelitiannya juga memperlihatkan bagaimana sebenarnya peranan militer di dalam khususnya di Sumatera yang selama genosida di Indonesia itu terjadi. Tesis John Rosa ada 5 mengenai hal ini, tetapi saya kira yang paling penting yang mau dikatakan dia bahwa memang peristiwa ini banyak misterinya, tetapi adalah tugas kita untuk mengungkapkan misteri itu. Lalu kemudian dalam sesi ketiga yang kita laksanakan setelah makan siang di Jakarta tadi dengan pembicara Ayu, Fai, Boni, dan Stanley, saya kira memperlihatkan, pertama-tama Ayu memperlihatkan tentang apa arti keadilan dalam peristiwa 65 itu. Mbak Ayu saya kira memperlihatkan dari pengalamannya melihat beberapa usaha dari daerah yang coba dilihat di Solo, di Palu, dan satu lagi di Kupang. Kemudian pertanyaannya adalah bagaimana hal-hal proses itu yang sudah terjadi itu bisa diangkat di tingkat nasional. Dan kemudian Fai memperlihatkan bahwa secara kultural yang memang harus dilakukan pertama-tama itu adalah bahwa kita berusaha mengalahkan denial atau bahwa peristiwa itu tidak terjadi, atau kalau terjadi penjelasannya hanya bahwa itu justified, itu peristiwa yang seharusnya terjadi karena PKI itu jahat dan sebagainya seperti itu. Itu yang isu yang secara kultural harus kita lawan, dan itu menjadi tugas kita semua sebenarnya kalau mau mengangkat masalah itu secara kultural. Saya kira hal yang sama juga dikatakan oleh Mas Boni dengan melihatkan perlunya komisi sejarah untuk kemudian mengangkat peristiwanya sendiri. Laporan, saya kira yang mengatakan dari laporan HAM, fakta-fakta mengenai peristiwa itu harus sungguh-sungguh diungkapkan, karena yang kita hadapi itu adalah secara kultural di Indonesia ini masih terjadi penolakan terhadap peristiwanya sendiri, peristiwa pembunuhan itu sendiri. Dan Stanley tadi mengatakan dari pengalamannya di Komnas HAM bagaimana hal yang paling penting yaitu bahwa harus sampai pada rehabilitasi secara legal adalah tindakan dari negara yang entah melakukan secara sadar pembunuhan itu atau setidak-tidaknya membiarkan pembunuhan itu terjadi. Negara harus minta maaf. Isu itu pun kita lihat bahwa dalam pemerintahan sampai SBY itu sulit dilakukan. Lalu dalam sesi dan saya kira sesi yang ketiga ini nyambung dengan sesi kita yang mengenai rekonsiliasi tadi. Saya kira Bu Nani, Pak Asfi memperlihatkan bagaimana secara historis dia memperlihatkan satu peristiwa dari Subandrio yang dia tulis surat kepada Presiden untuk rehabilitasi Subandrio, dan rehabilitasi ini adalah isu yang harus kita kejar, tetapi juga perlu langkah-langkah untuk sampai ke sana. Dan Bu Nani sebagai psikolog itu memperlihatkan bahwa secara sosial, ingatan sosial mengenai hal itu sungguh-sungguh perlu digali, dan kemudian dari kedua belah pihak perlu terjadi dialog di sana, tetapi juga kemudian tujuannya adalah rekonsiliasi. Dan Pak Imam Aziz saya kira dari pengalamannya dengan Syarikat Indonesia yang banyak dipuji orang dari 10 tahun yang lalu, dari para muda NU yang mencoba sungguh-sungguh mengadakan rekonsiliasi di tingkat lokal itu. Tetapi tujuannya kemudian adalah sungguh-sungguh pada rehabilitasi yang legal yang seharusnya disediakan oleh negara. Dan sesi yang baru saja kita ikuti, saya kira itu lebih mencoba melihat bagaimana setelah film The Act of Killing sendiri, saya kira direkturnya, sutradara film dokumenter yang bagus tadi, Saudara Joshua Oppenheimer, saya kira dengan jelas menegaskan bahwa memang tujuan dia adalah untuk merangsang diskusi mengenai hal itu, dan tujuannya adalah hal yang sama yang sebenarnya juga teman-teman para panelis di Indonesia, di Jakarta tadi juga mengatakan yang sama. Tujuannya adalah supaya terjadi rekonsiliasi di tingkat nasional dan rehabilitasi dari negara mengenai kesalahan ini. Pak Ariel Haryanto kemudian saya kira memperlihatkan bagaimana berbagai macam jawaban terhadap atau reaksi terhadap film The Act of Killing sendiri, terutama dengan sorotan pengaruhnya pada anak-anak muda juga di Indonesia. Dan terakhir, Saudara Paul Barber tadi dia mencoba menjelaskan mengapa kampanye untuk minta maaf yang dituntut dari negara itu adalah kampanye yang memang patut terus kita dengungkan. Saya kira itulah perjalanan telekonferensi kita selama sehari ini, dan saya sendiri merasa terbantu untuk melihatnya secara utuh, dan semoga ini juga membantu rekan-rekan baik yang di Jakarta maupun di Melbourne untuk semakin memahami dan juga ikut di dalam kampanye mengenai pembunuhan 65 yang selalu merupakan bagian dari sejarah negara kita ini. Terima kasih.
Okay, Mr. Jin, back to you. Your mute. Your microphone is mute. Back to you.
Oke, banyak terima kasih Pak Wijayono atas kesimpulannya. Satu acara lagi sebentar, tapi just in case everyone wants to leave in Jakarta, I just want to say a few words atas nama panitia di Melbourne dan tentunya panitia dari Jakarta. Saya mengucapkan banyak terima kasih atas semua yang dilakukan hari ini. Walaupun ada beberapa masalah teknis, tapi rupanya semua bisa diatasi dengan cukup baik. Terutama dengan dalang kita, Pak Agus. Saya ucapkan banyak terima kasih. Dan diharap ini bisa dilanjutkan dengan acara-acara berikutnya seperti yang diharapkan sebelumnya. Dan mungkin di acara-acara berikutnya kita akan menggunakan 2 sampai 3 hari untuk menampung semangat dan aspirasi yang ada. Banyak terima kasih dan sekarang saya serahkan kepada Jess untuk melanjutkan pembicaraan dengan seorang yang tidak bisa menonjolkan mukanya. Terima kasih.
Hello, Anonymous, are you there?
Hopefully I'm here. Can you hear my voice?
We can. Welcome to After the Act of Killing.
Thank you. Thank you at last.
You're very mysterious in many ways. I was wondering if you could tell us a bit about yourself. Obviously you can't tell us personal information, but so we have a bit of a better idea of who you are, the man behind the black screen.
It's actually duct tape because I don't know how to turn off the camera. So one thing you can learn from me, although I'm using camera and digital technology for making film editing, but I am actually gaptek. So I don't know if I still have things to say, because after all the great speakers, I think everything has been said. And about myself, before I joined this film program with Josh, I was an environmental campaigner. I made documentary film about the environmental destruction, illegal logging, etc. So I do some investigative documentary, but my film is not known and I don't even have a copy of it. And it is not really well distributed. But it won local film festival award. So I work in the issues. So my background education is actually biology and also environmental and ecosystem things about that. And I realized the importance of the mass killing and the culture and the political structure built upon the mass killing when I did the work in trying to redistribute wealth in natural resources, especially in forests. We did investigation in illegal logging and saw that the problem is not merely a problem of law enforcement. People steal the wood from the state forests because they're angry, but because they feel that it is part of their right. So actually we have a tenurial problem in this environmental and illegal logging problem, and the problem is that because we don't have a system of wealth distribution that is good, and one of the problem is that because the land reform was stopped in 1965, the organization that supporting peasant and poor farmers who live in dense populated area like in Java is destroyed. So there is no organization anymore. So that's where I start to join this project with John. That's a little bit background of myself.
Oh, thank you. I understand one of the first documents that you guys found when you started your research on 65 in particular was this book here called Melbourne Jakarta. How did you come across it, and can you tell us what it is?
Well, first we went to a family of a survivor, the one that Josh told you about our next project, The Loop of Silence, and we met the perpetrator. Everyone knows who killed this family, who is the killer, and we talked to this person, and this person is actually really welcome us, and he already prepared. He's not waiting for us, but he is preparing wait for something to publicize what he had said. He wrote a novel, a fictionalization about the killing he did in 1965. It is actually the embryo of the act of killing. He used fiction to retell his story, and also we saw that as a way to try to cope with the trauma, as Anwar tried to do in the act of killing. And in that book, he used the perspective of the ghost of the victim, telling the whole story, actually telling the story of the writers, the perpetrators. So yeah, and in that book, it is detailed how, where, when, who were killed. And he write the book with a pseudonym, fake name for each of the character in the book, in his novel. But in the very page of his novel, he put the list telling the name, the real name of each character in his novel. He make a list and he signed the list. So it's a document actually written in novel form.
Yeah, it's quite astounding how he does that. He's also extremely explicit. He's a leader of a death squad in a rural area, and he is very clear about his relationship with the military and how that enabled the killings to occur. I was wondering if you could tell us a bit about that.
Actually, as we find everywhere, that there was always a military complicit. Military always there, always initiate the mass killing, organize the death squad, initiating the death squad. They are one of the character in the Dew of Blood, Embun Berdarah, is named Nurdin. He is one of the members of Amir Hassan, the killer, the perpetrator, death squad, and he is actually an officer of Buterkra, which is now can be compared to Koramil structure. And all of the prisoners were taken out from military prisoners. So, and in every killing they did, they took out prisoners, what they call it as a quota, today's quota, tonight's quota. They took 10 people out from the prisoners to the Snake River, to the Sungai Ular, and they were always being guarded by police or the military. So it is practically everywhere in his book that the military is everywhere involved in the killing.
I understand you've been able to verify these stories as well by speaking to the family of the victims that are actually listed in this book. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yeah, we speak to the family of the victims, and also one of the survivors, one that can run away from one truck and save himself from the killing. And he can tell us a lot of how the procedure, and when they ran away, he heard a lot of shotguns, and how the military tried to fought the prisoner who ran away. So yeah, we get more information from not only from the book, but also from interviewing the survivors and also some perpetrators that were involved in the book.
Story that you heard from him very different or to what you heard from people like Anwar Congo who are operating in the city?
I think the basic operation is more or less the same. The relationship between the death squad, commando aksi with the military is not always official, and it is counted more on the personal relationship. Only that Anwar Congo has a higher contact to the officer with high rank, like the boss of Anwar Congo can talk to the commander of Kodam, for example. But this one in the remote area, they only connected to Guterpra officer, which is only lieutenant or a captain. That's the difference, how each organization relate to the military, or how they operate. In Anwar Congo, for example, he also involved in kidnapping people, putting it into interrogating table for Ibrahim Sinik, for the media and also for the military. But in the remote area, in the villages, usually this death squad only took people out from prisoners and killed them. They also did some not kidnapping but picking up people from house, or giving information to the military who is the communist, who should be taken to the prisoner, but they do not do the interrogation stuff.
Thank you very much. Just before we have to bring it to an end, could you just maybe tell us as a final point what the most important message that we should be taking from the active killing and from the conference here today, in your opinion?
In my opinion, the message that I try to say to the audience is that you don't really know what is real, and it is not important. If you want to say that it is for the truth, trust me, there is no absolute truth. You never know. And as Josh always says, that it is not, there is no Star Wars mentality, there is no good and right. I think he is right. There is no good or bad. We have all bad, only we have to choose between bad, the worst, and the worst. That's the only option we have. Don't choose the worst. Always keep with the bad, because there is no good. So,
are you really going to on that topic?
No, I mean, people say that. So, what do we know about the truth of the history? We don't know. But what is important is that always use critical mind. Think about, think for yourself what right.
Thank you so much for being with us today. Thank you very much to the final panel. Thank you to the audience for your patience, and thank you particularly to one of our youngest audience members, Michael Clancy, who's been a volunteer all day, who's an honours student here. So thank you very much so much. That is it. Thank you, Jakarta. Goodbye. Good afternoon. Bye-bye.
Goodbye. Ya. Ini.
Bu Karlina di mana, Ibu Karlina?
Udah pulang.
Yuk. Oke, terima kasih.
Selamat ya. Selamat ya.
Siapa?